Good morning, Council. Just waiting for Councillor Thompson to start his video again. He must have gone to get another cup of coffee. There he is. Good morning. I would like to call the meeting to order. And as usual, the meeting is being held electronically in accordance with Section 238 of the Municipal Act. And I would like to confirm that we have quorum and have everyone present with the exception of Councillor Armour, who is away. I have a resolution moved by Councillor Fitzgerald and seconded by Councillor Thompson. It is recommended that the General Committee meeting agenda dated Wednesday, October 28, 2020 be adopted as printed and circulated. All in favor? That carries. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest? See none. We will start the meeting, and welcome to our guests and to staff. And we have a deputation today, and that deputation consists of Nick and Andrew Ryland from Park to Park. I see Nick anyways here.
Hi. I don't know if Andrew's on yet. I don't know. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. And you have a PowerPoint presentation, Nick?
Okay. I do. I'm just trying to remember how to do that. I can share my, I know that. That's what I'm trying to do right now. So,
Okay.
Okay, and then I can see this, which is the PowerPoint. Don't share. Okay, hold on. I think I want the reading view. Sorry, I had trouble getting in, well, to the call, which I think is just because I wasn't let in at that point. And then I had some issues with my PC and actually rebooted while I was trying to get into it anyhow. So, okay, can you see that screen now, the PowerPoint thing that just says municipal presentation?
No, we can see that you're sharing the screen, but there's actually nothing on it.
Okay. In my experience with this, it frequently takes a minute or two in some cases just to be able to show elsewhere.
Okay.
And usually what I end up seeing
Here we go.
is...
We're up now.
Okay, good. Okay, good. So here, let me just go down a page. And I think it'll probably take the same kind of refreshing there. I'm never really sure why. In some cases, when we've done this, we do this for our own board meetings and things. In some cases, it's very quick. In other cases, it's not. And my internet connection is pretty solid and pretty quick. So I don't think these things are at my end, but frankly, I don't know. So I apologize for taking this long. Come on. There we go. Okay, so you should be seeing a screen that says background and overview.
Yeah, we're good to go.
Is everybody able to see that right now?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, good. For those of you who don't know, and I'm sure some of you, maybe most of you, or all of you know, Park to Park is a trail that essentially runs from Kildare to Algonquin Provincial Parks, albeit it doesn't enter the park because ATVs, for example, are not allowed inside provincial parks. In total, the trail that we manage is 230 kilometers from those distances. Realistically, from a Huntsville point of view, our trail runs essentially from Highway 400. It does run north and west of that, but over to Kearney. In simple terms, it's a trail that is a multi-use trail. In the summer, it's ATVing, cycling, hiking, in some cases even horseback riding, and that's its essential uses during the summer. We're presently in our summer period right now. At least we don't have any snow that I can see out my window. And we've also got some reasons there for, why it exists. It was created by the Ministry of Natural Resources, and that was before it was the MNRF at that time. And they gave a land use permit to an organization that we now call Park to Park Trail Association, to be perfectly precise. I've got some information in there just saying that we believe that it's a tourism jewel of the region. It creates a lot of tourism, brings people into the region that, you know, inevitably spend money. I'll also mention to you that during the winter, we operate with a land use permit that we give to the snowmobile districts, and that the trail itself is the most used snowmobile trail in Ontario. Some people have told me that it is the most used trail in Canada, but frankly, most of that is just anecdotal information that I've received. But it certainly gets a great deal of use, and I'm sure some of you, if you're snowmobilers, have probably driven on it from time to time. So. Just wanted to explain here this next slide. Hopefully you can see it. It starts out saying COVID-19 impacts and support. Like most businesses, we were unable to open in the early part of the year. Normally we would open in April. It's weather dependent, but it's fair to say it would be opened in April. We did not open until June the 6th. After many discussions with the local health unit about exactly what you know, they required and things like that. There's some other COVID information in there. We did apply for and receive some wage subsidies from them. It's about 12,000 to date. We received one late last week. We applied for the business account loan, the $40,000, and it was approved. It is presently held aside, sitting in a term deposit with the credit union that we deal with, so that we don't spend it inadvertently. Not that I think we would, but it is not just part of our normal operating funds. It's just being held aside in the event that it's needed. I have a point here saying we limited the trail pass sales to local users only, which we defined as people who live in or have property inside of the federal riding for Parry Sound Muskoka or Muskoka Parry Sound. And the big thing for the health unit was that we don't have any on-trail facilities, which obviously causes COVID concerns about being indoors. We have no indoor facilities. We simply have a trail that runs the distance that we've talked about. Before we opened, we agreed to the detailed procedures with the health unit and spent a fair amount of time going through it and updating those and then posting them on our website and on Facebook. The next slide here, I just had called them organization issues. We have a relationship with a number of municipalities, yours included. They had some concerns with our governance issues. Basically, the organization started in roughly around the year 2000. And as like our organization is 100% volunteers. We have one full-time employee, Peter Searle. And the rest of us, including me, including our board, are all volunteers. And as you can imagine, over 20 years' time, there's been a lot of things that have come and gone, a lot of people that have come and gone. And frankly, we've had some difficulty in gathering up our governance documentation. We have now done that, and we've managed to store it and share it in a program called just drawing a complete blank right at the moment. Isn't that ridiculous? Anyhow, it doesn't matter. I mean, we have it and are able to share it, and we have done so with some people. We've created a governance committee, primarily of the board, and we are seeking outside assistance, expertise, so that we can update those things to reflect the current realities. Like any documents that are that old, a lot of things in the world have changed, but the organization I think has kept up with that, but in many cases it differs from the original setup for a variety of reasons. So we're looking to update that. We have asked Seguin Council, to be precise, for some assistance to do so, because our board, which is again all volunteers, does not have expertise to do that. So I'm also saying to you, as a municipality, if you had expertise that could assist us to do that, that would be very welcomed by us as well. We also selected a new auditor after another request, and we've selected Brandy Harris from Gingrich and Harris and Parry Sound. And audit has commenced. We have been sharing information with Brandy for, I don't know, so that's fair to say. So, in simple terms, just anecdotally, what we have seen, ATV travel or travel on the trail has been something that kind of took off simply because it's one of the few things that people could do that was outdoors and was physically distant and was safe simply because of the nature of it. Our trail pass sales, once they started, actually took, and we've done well since that time. But simply put, that riding outdoors and the vehicle spacing that it requires, just like driving a car, means that we're distant, and it dramatically helps. I have a picture of a map here. I'm sure it's very difficult to read on a computer screen. I don't know which of you know. If you need some more information, we certainly have a printed map that folds out much larger than this and is much easier to read. Yeah, in terms of the social impacts, I mean, I think in very simple terms, people, when they come out on the trail, no matter how they're traveling on the trail, inevitably go with friends because it makes it much more enjoyable. And that has been a very great positive for us as well. We have a lot of people that follow what we do with great interest, and we genuinely believe that we meet a basic need that people have, especially during COVID. I have a slide here just on the sales path, the past sales, growth. We had originally hoped to reach about $95,000 in trail pass sales, and you can see that's quite a bit from 10 years ago. Because of COVID and because we started very late, we did not reach that goal. We did get to $80,000, which is fairly remarkable, seeing as we lost 2 months worth of sales. So, and we have an estimate there for $110,000 in the next fiscal year, year ending next September. Some other things that happened to us because of COVID: we normally hold a rally in June. We did not do that for the simple COVID reasons, so we didn't want a big gathering of people. We normally had received some donations that we did not receive this year, and municipal contributions were delayed. Again, I think for a variety of reasons, with nothing firmly established as to why that was. We have received one in the last month, and we're expecting others to follow as well. For those of you who know, this is a TREAM model that we developed. I will admit to you that it is about 1.5 years old. So it's not completely up to date. I do believe that those numbers would increase, and it offers a great deal of benefit to the local region in terms of what we bring into the community. There is some information here also on ATV sales, which skyrocketed, and I know from speaking to several friends and or dealers that the basic problem this year is that they have machines to sell, for the simple reason that the demand far outstrips the supply. In 2019 and 2020, I've got this here, bridges were our priorities. We have a total of 14 bridges across those trails, 230 kilometers. And we faced some enormous bridge issues, both in terms of costs, as well as labor, materials, that type of thing. That's a picture of the Sequim Falls Bridge, which we completed a little bit less than a year ago now. We've had to do 4 more this year. We have 1 of them completed and hope to have another 2 in the next week or 2 completed as well. Like anybody that travels on something that requires a bridge, if the bridge is not safe or not open or not working, it obviously poses a major problem for the trail and for our users. So it's absolutely critical. It's where we've had to spend time simply because the bridges are aging. One of the bridges, probably the most expensive bridge that we need to do, is over 80 feet and was actually built, believe it or not, by the train system in the 1890s. It has had work done on it, but now we're finding that we're going to have to replace it pretty much in its entirety. We have some temporary fixes for the time being, but that's an enormous cost to us that we face, and it's not uncommon. I think pretty much every year we need to do bridges, and it requires a great deal of people and material. The most important part here, at least from my perspective, and I hope from yours, is what are we seeking? We're seeking people primarily to be members of the Trail Association. Members would contribute by providing feedback and assistance on all number of things. They would be volunteers as well. If they chose to be, they don't have to be. Like I said, there's a great need for us to expand our inroads with local populations and or other users so that we make sure that we're meeting people's needs. What would really help and what has helped us with some other municipalities is they've provided materials, including fill for depressions, trail grooming, culverts, lumber, etc. I know that some municipalities do have extra sometimes, and that has worked out very well for us, because if we can't get it through a donation, then obviously we have to pay for it, and paying for it usually ends up being very expensive. In terms of equipment, some of the municipalities have also lent us, usually with the operator to go with it, heavy equipment like a backhoe or brushing equipment or grading equipment, bulldozers in some cases. And last and not least is funding. Obviously, we need cash. Our number one inhibition for being able to go forward and carry out our plans is money. We simply don't have the money to pay for things that we need, including most of those things I've listed up earlier on this page. We also have a plan to acquire some property that can be used essentially as a trailhead. I've got some other things listed there as well. That is not a priority at this point. It's just kind of part of our strategic plan. And that's it for our presentation. I'm hoping that you have some questions or insights that you could share with me and that we could talk about stuff. I don't know how long you've given me, but I hope I haven't overrun my time.
Thanks, Nick. I think you were probably right on time. And
Okay.
we'll to council for questions and see if there are any. First off, Councillor Withey.
Thank you, Worship, and thank you, Mr. Ryland, for your presentation. In your presentation, you mentioned municipal contributions being delayed was the word you used. What can you explain what delayed means, or is there an invoice on somebody's desks in town hall that they're just not paying attention to?
It was an attempt to be polite, and frankly, I don't know the inside story. Frankly, the largest contribution that we have received, I've only been with Park to Park for about 4 or 5 years. I retired at that time, and then I had some people strong arm me into volunteering for the organization. So I don't really know the full history, and I don't have any inside contacts, but I'd rather not name the municipality that gave us a large contribution normally. They've had some issues, and I suspect that to some degree the uncertainty of COVID plays into us. They have assured me that they still have it in their budget and still plan to donate the money to Park to Park, but not having it at this point, of course, has some impacts on us being able to move forward with things like expenses. Sorry. Yes, I'm sorry. I should ask. It's up to the mayor.
Follow up, please.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. So I'll be a little bit more direct. Has the town of Huntsville ever contributed to Parks to Park?
Yes, it's my understanding that in previous years, prior to me being with the organization, that Huntsville did donate. It's certainly a linchpin for us, obviously a major municipality, and the trail runs pretty much directly to it. I can't tell you how much. I don't know if anybody that's available right now can tell me that much, but I certainly can find out from you from our general manager, who probably knows that. Peter lives over in Huntsville, for the record, too. So I can find out and provide that information to you. What we're looking for, if you ask me to name an amount, quite frankly, would be something in the range of $20,000, which I know is a great deal of money, but it's important for, frankly, just for the ongoing viability of our organization, which is very stressed at the moment for a variety of reasons that I hope I've mentioned here. So
We have some more information later in the meeting when we actually deal with this as an agenda item as well. So, Deputy Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I just more or less a comment. I through you to Nick. I wanted to say thank you for the presentation. I have a family member who was actively involved with Park to Park, Steve Alcock.
yeah, so I know his name. Yeah.
Yeah, so for a long time, so I know a bit about it with great deal of enthusiasm. And I do remember it certainly relied on a lot of volunteer hours. And I know at that time, years ago, the town of Huntsville did provide money. I don't remember the amount, but certainly because he was from Huntsville, there was a lot of effort and input in that way. So I'm really supportive of doing something. And I guess one question I do have is, you mentioned acquiring property to create a trailhead at some point. Is there isn't an existing trailhead now anywhere?
No, not at all. No, I mean, there has been historically, at least at the Parry Sound end, or at the west end, if you want to say that, in Seguin Township, there had been a parking area by the Petro-Canada station that was widely used. And Seguin has some other properties that are nearby that they've converted into a parking area that they allow not just park-to-park users, but allow people to use. And that's helpful, but obviously having a real trailhead, in our experience with other major trails, particularly in the US, they build, good buildings with all kinds of facilities and do all kinds of things from that. That would be, frankly, for us at this moment in this year, would be almost an impossibility, but it is part of our strategic plan. So,
Okay, thanks, Nick.
Councillor Weep.
Thank you, Worship. Thanks, Nick, for your presentation. At the head of your presentation, there was a slide saying there was a mixed trail for mixed use, but it would, from the bulk of the presentation, I would surmise that it's pretty ATV heavy. Would that be accurate? And how would you describe the relationship that the property owners along the trail have with the ATV use?
Yes, you're right. I mean, here I admit that, first of all, I'm an ATV user, so I mean, I'll admit that right up front. The reality is that of the funds of the trail passes that we've sold, virtually all of that $80,000 would be from ATV users. So, I mean, that's primarily the reason why it's so focused on that, because that's where our money comes from. I don't know if that, it is a multi-use trail by its designation. When it was set up, the MNRF land use permit, defined it as a multi-use trail. And it does get used by hikers, walkers, for sure, a great deal of the time. I have occasionally seen horseback riders out there, although horses and noisy vehicles don't usually get along all that well. And certainly in the winter, it's snowmobiles only, again, for the same reason as that the OFSC does contribute to capital costs that we have and have replaced some bridges, including one last year. So basically it boils down to is that financially we need to make sure that our users help us pay the bills, because without it, they simply wouldn't exist even for hikers. So in terms of the land use or the local trail property owners, we have a relationship with a couple of cottagers associations that are nearby the trail. The trail itself is I guess, MNRF property. So, I mean, the trail runs on property that we manage, frankly, with no assistance from the MNRF. So I don't know if that answers your question. It's kind of it's an unusual situation. So.
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Through you to Mr. Ryland. Nick, you mentioned the huge increase in the sale of ATVs in the last number of years. And I think ATVs now sales outnumber snowmobiles by a large margin. Do any of the dealers that are benefiting from these sales and stuff, do any of those dealers contribute to your cause financially?
Yes, we have a corporate sponsorship from CF Moto, which is a Chinese ATV manufacturer. And they have a base in Canada and sell an awful lot of machines. And they lend us, which would be one way of saying it, some machines for trail use during the year. Normally, in the last couple of years, they've lent us 5 machines that we return once they reach a certain life cycle, and they in turn sell them back as demonstrators. In terms of a direct like cash contribution, no, they have not. And clearly, I gather that you're thinking that maybe we should ask them, and I don't disagree. So, but no, not from local dealers per se. I will admit to you that Rosso Road Enterprise or Rosso Road Power Sports, which I know has a location in Huntsville and another in Seguin. That's where a lot of our support comes from. Bill Park, who's the owner of that organization, is also on our board of directors and provides a lot of assistance to us, but not cash, I'll say that.
One more, if I might, Your Worship.
Certainly.
Thank you. Nick, you mentioned the railroad bridge that's been there since 1890 that has to be replaced. Do you have any idea? Like, that sounds to me like it's going to be an enormous cost. Do you have any idea on how much money you're going to need to replace that bridge?
It would certainly be between $200,000 and $300,000 because it's such a length, and it's one of the only bridges that we have that does not have a steel infrastructure under it. Obviously, most of the newer bridges has steel I-beams that are welded together and run the span of it, and we add lumber on top of that to make it rideable and everything else. That bridge is so old that they had, I think, 15-inch square timbers that run the length of it, but it's very different than any other. Obviously, yes, it's a major cost, and as I said earlier, the OFSC, the Ontario Federation of Snowmobile Clubs, materially has replaced bridges like this in the past, and we've had lots of discussions about this one with them. I don't know. We do have a quote from an engineering firm as to what it would cost, but that quote is now, I believe, 1.5 years old. It's probably in the ballpark, and it's probably very expensive, but obviously anything that we can do to defray those things would be helpful. Frankly, as you can see, if our income is $80,000 from trail pass sales, the likelihood of us being able to repair a bridge, sorry guys, getting a phone call. It would be well beyond our capability to do that, and it would virtually take 100% of our money, times 4, in order to get to that range. So we need to seek outside funding, grants, and so forth. And the OFSC, which has stepped forward a number of times over the years to help us, has done that for us in the past. So,
Nick, I have one question to wind up. So all of your funding is from past sales and donations, and those would be municipal or private donations. Is there no funding from the Ontario level of government as this connects a Ontario park system?
no, I mean, I know our name kind of lets people think that it is a connection to parks, but no, we receive no funding whatsoever from any provincial or federal government or agency. It doesn't mean that we couldn't, but I mean, one of the issues for us is that in simple terms, we have one employee that manages a trail that is longer than the highway from Parry Sound to Barrie, who is more than swamped with all kinds of things and is the jack of all trades, including day-to-day maintenance and assistance and online sales and everything else. We need to do a better job of that, but again, we find ourselves hamstrung by not having enough money to have enough people to do the things that need to be done. So.
Okay. Thank you for coming today, or Zooming today, and presenting. And we do have this on our agenda for discussion. It's right at the end of our meeting. You're obviously welcome to watch the meeting, but if you have better things to do, our clerk's department will notify you of any decisions we make later today.
That's terrific. Thank you. Yeah, that was primarily the interest, to see if we could get on the list of people that are begging for money. So, all right. But also the other things I'm talking about, seriously, especially people, would be helpful. I know in the past that Huntsville had a member, usually a counselor, I believe, that sat on the board with us. I know we don't have one at the moment, and we would welcome their participation. Like you, we're holding our meetings virtually this year, so it doesn't require any travel or anything. So,
Okay. Thanks,
all right.
Nick.
Thank you, folks. Okay.
Have a great day.
Bye-bye.
Okay, Council, we also have an invited presentation from Megan Callahan from BFL Canada on our insurance pre-renewal meeting. And I think Megan has a PowerPoint presentation, so welcome.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Council members, I'm just going to get my share screen going. Can you see the presentation?
We can.
Great. BFL Canada is the town of Huntsville's insurance broker, and this year is a particularly challenging year in the insurance market, and we're committed to continuing our relationship that's based on, transparency, open communication, and part of the strategy this year is to get ahead of renewals and really lay out the facts as they are and answer any questions or concerns as we move through the renewal process. It tends to be that renewal presentations are done, just before the renewal or just after. And this year we thought it prudent to begin our conversations with our municipal clients. We essentially started them in September with its staff members, and then, leading up to December, January renewals, speaking with council directly. I have 3 items on the agenda today. First one's talking about the 2020 insurance market. Second is municipal risk, particularly, and then about Huntsville's municipal insurance program. To give you a little background on myself, I'm BFL Canada's national practice leader for public sector. I've been working with municipal clients for the last 12, 13 years. Most of my career has been at BFL, but I have also worked for a large international insurance brokerage where I was the managing director and national practice leader for public sector risk as well. We're talking about the insurance market and defining some terms that are being used that perhaps our clients aren't familiar with. And I think it's important to define these terms, hard market versus soft market, because we have moved from a soft market into a hard market, and we want to explain the implications around that and how it affects our clients. In a soft market, insurers are focused on top line growth. They're looking for market share. There's extensive capacity in the insurance market. That means that there are a lot of different insurers wanting to write a lot of different types of insurance for a lot of different types of clients. They have flexible underwriting requirements and parameters. There are competitive premiums. Low deductibles are on offer, and there's a broad suite of product offerings available. In a hard market, it's essentially flipped. The focus is on profitability and bottom line results, and that means there's reduced capacity. Insurers are taking a hard look at what kind of clients they want to offer insurance products to, and then what type of insurance products they're willing to offer, and then what capacity. There's a return to disciplined underwriting. Premium is being charged that's commensurate with the risk. There's a hard review of deductible levels, and there's reduced coverage offerings. We were essentially in a soft market for, the last 17, 18 years. And 2019, we saw the market sort of moving into correction mode. It wasn't a large, the whole market, but certainly you were starting to see insurers taking a harder look at their books and trying to better understand, what kind of classes of risk were they interested in writing, and then what product offerings they would offer those classes of business. In 2020, January 2020, we saw the market fully move into a hard cycle. On a very basic level, and again, we're just trying to sort of reduce it down to bullet points, is that in a soft market, we saw low premiums, but losses continue to generate, and we throw up some severe weather loss statistics because you see that out in the news quite a bit. The large losses and low premiums combined with loss of investment income has translated into a hard market for insurers. What does that mean for municipalities? Back to that hard market slide when we talk about there's reduced capacity. When insurers are focused on bottom line results, when they're focused on profitability, they ask themselves several questions. And their first question is, what type of risk do we want to insure? What kind of clients do we want to offer products to? And once they've decided what type of classes of business, what kind of clients, they look at the types of products that they're going to offer. Municipalities are a unique risk and they're a challenging risk. We would definitely call them a high risk class of business. You have a very wide scope of operations. You have road maintenance, recreation, water and sewage treatment. We always say that, Coke makes Coke. Municipalities offer such a wide range of services. And in order for Coca-Cola to have liability, someone has to buy their product. Whereas when I get up in the morning and I take my dog for a walk, or I go to pick up my mail, or I drive to work, I put my kids in swimming lessons, those are all municipal operations. Essentially, municipality touches your clients, your constituents, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Municipalities can be responsible for emergency services. You have large vehicle fleets, and some municipalities have transit. And historically, the policy offerings on an auto policy, has very broad coverage where you have a replacement cost endorsement that you don't normally see on your personal auto or on commercial auto fleets. Your property exposures are large. You have large property schedules, values insured. There's accumulation of assets at one location. Fire hall, you're not just insuring the building if there's a fire, you're insuring the vehicles inside the building, you're insuring the equipment inside the building, so that any one loss could translate into a very large value. Municipalities tend to have older assets, frame buildings, water and wastewater treatment centers that have complex infrastructure within them. We need to maintain a vibrant community, large special events, attracting new businesses, meeting council's expectations around how do we keep driving forward and improving our municipal offerings. The big one as well is that claims are subject to, and you'll see 3 bullet points on my slide there, long tail liability, joint and several liability, and case law. And long tail liability means that it takes quite a few years for a loss to develop. So when we receive a statement of claim, we have a claim or an incident, it actually takes several years for us to truly understand what that claim is going to look like and what that claim could eventually close for. Because there needs to be time between when a statement of claim is received, the investigation that goes into the claim, if we move into discoveries, etc. So it does take a long time for insurers to understand what a claim looks like. We use the example of if you have a claim policy year 2010 and you have several claims in that year, rule of thumb is that you really don't understand how those claims will end or develop until 2014, 2015. So it does take that long time for the losses to be realized and for insurers to understand what losses they pay out. I know joint and several liability has been at the top of everyone's concerns for a long time. That's the legal precedent and principle of that. If you are found 1% liable, you can be on hook for 100% of the judgment. AMO has been doing some amazing work, some advocacy work to the provincial government to determine if we can have that overturned. And certainly that is good work and we need to continue that. I always just caution my municipal clients that when that happens, if that happens, it is not the silver bullet, and that we still need to be cognizant of case law that's come before, and that a lot of claims from a municipal perspective cannot be linked to joint and several liability. So while that is definitely an important piece and that we want to continue that advocacy, we do need to understand that municipalities do have claims that are not directly linked to joint and several liability. The procurement process, which is an important part of any municipality, plays a factor in how municipalities experience the hard and soft market. And this slide is not meant to infer in any way that municipalities move away from the procurement process. It's just to bring awareness around how it affects your experience through hard and soft market cycles, just so that we can manage expectations and so that municipalities in the long run will better understand how they experience the various market cycles. Procurement process, tender process is incredibly important. You need to understand and make sure that you are getting the best value for the best product. And tender processes for municipalities tend to be scored heavily towards price. And in a soft market, municipalities benefit from that 100%. It creates a competitive bidding process, normally and most of the time resulting in lower premiums. But that means that when a hard market comes, a high risk account like municipalities who have had premiums that are artificially low while they continue to experience claims will then have a greater uptick when the hard market hits. So again, you're just more vulnerable to the market corrections. And again, this slide isn't to move us away from procurement, it's just to bring that awareness of how that impacts premium pricing. How are insurers reviewing municipal risk in a hard market? Underscoring that we have a return to underwriting discipline, and that should be underscored in red. Really up until I would say even 18 months ago, insurers would look at a 5-year loss history. Now they want 10 plus years to really look at how does an account perform. The longer you look at the longer terms, the more years you look at, the better understanding you have of how an account performs. Do we have severity issues? Do we have frequency issues? From a liability perspective, they're taking a deeper dive into your loss history, taking a closer review of your municipality's operations. What are you responsible for? What do you contract out? What is your municipality's risk management claims mitigation philosophy? Is it across all departments? Property, they're taking a look at your location. Are you located in a flood zone, an earthquake zone? How close are you? What's the proximity to fire services? Construction of buildings, is it frame, concrete, fire resistant? Fire protection, do you have sprinklers in your buildings? Is there fire alarms? And back to that commentary around the accumulation of assets at one location, insurers are looking at their probable maximum loss exposures. So that if you do experience a fire at a shed with maybe $10,000 worth of equipment versus a public works garage or a fire hall where you not only have the building, but you have millions of dollars of assets and vehicles located there. So how the hard market is affecting municipalities. Municipalities have become an even harder class of business to place because municipalities are considered to be high risk. Insurers are charging premium commensurate with the risk insured. There are strong deductible reviews in relation to population, operations, property values, and loss history. There's a reduction in capacity in product offerings. We saw last year that a liability insurer from a competitor of ours exited the Canadian market from a municipal insurance perspective. We also saw another insurer who has a history of working with Canadian municipalities for the last 20 years. Last month made the decision to withdraw completely from the Canadian insurance marketplace in regards to municipal risk. So in regards to Huntsville, we just thought it would be prudent to have just a high-level overview of what's driving Huntsville's insurance premiums, and it really is the liability for the town. Non-BFL program claims from 2003 to 2013 was approximately 2.5 million. I only took losses over 50,000 in that $2.5 million number. I think under 50,000 might bump it up to about 2.6, 2.7. But really, those $50,000 losses, those are the larger ones, and those are the ones that I factored into my calculations. BFL came on as your broker in 2013, and we were on risk for 2 years. And at that point, we started to see some claims develop, and there was going to be a bit of an increase. So the town went for RFP again in 2015, and BFL secured the nomination again. Even though we had a slight increase, we were still the most competitive pricing. And so the next bullet point, I've done 2013 to 2020. And that is a really striking statistic as it shows the long tail liability. When BFL responded to the 2015 RFP, the claims paid under our policy was $203,000. If we go from 2013 to 2020, our program has paid $1.6 million in losses. So that shows that 203,000 really did balloon over the following 5 years. And so we see losses have increased by over 800% in that 5-year period, while our liability premium has only increased by 100% over the same period. So because we've been trying to do some of that premium correction, we have been able to get the town's loss ratio to approximately 90%. It's not great, but it's certainly not, in the red. We're not over 100%. But back to that long tail liability, at this point, we have several claims that are still open that could develop adversely. And if history shows us between 2013 and 2015, and then versus 2013 to 2020, the claims are going to develop. The automobile loss ratio is approximately 73%, and your property, crime, and boiler is approximately, the loss ratio is 89%. A very rough estimation, again, I'm not an actuary, I'm an insurance broker. I don't work for the insurers. But ultimately, the insurance industry, and again, just roughly, an account that has a 0 to 40% loss ratio is considered a good account. That's sort of, the ones that can get the most aggressive pricing from the market. When we're looking at 40 to 60%, you're sitting on the fence, you're in the yellow zone. Certainly there'll be more questions and more digging into, do we have a frequency issue? Do we have a severity issue from a claims perspective? What's driving that loss ratio? And then 60% up, you're sitting in the red zone, and the question is around why and how can we help mitigate that and improve that performance. Our pre-renewal indication at the town's current deductible is that we're potentially looking at a 30 to 40% increase on the insurance premium this year. These are only an indication. We'll get firm premiums from the insurers once we've received all the updated underwriting information and having an updated review of the claims. Again, these are just pre-renewal discussions that we wanted to get out on the table and talk about the hard market and how it's impacting municipalities. There are definitely tools to mitigate the premium. Can everyone hear me? Sorry, I just keep seeing I'm muted.
Yeah, you're good.
Thank you. We can look at higher deductibles, to reflect the town's risk profile, your loss history, your property values. We can look at strong claims management, and the town has already taken a great step as hiring. You've hired an asset and risk management coordinator, and really implementing a proactive risk management program. Certainly BFL is able to assist with that. That's part of the services that we offer, so that we can continue to, while we ride out the hard market cycle, we can really work to improve the risk profile so that we're in a better position to take advantage of market conditions in the next 12 months. I would also say, just in regards to hard and soft market cycles, before I finish speaking and take your questions, is that hard market cycles historically have been much shorter than soft market cycles. So on average, historically, hard market cycles, can last from between 6 months and 3 years. Whereas, as we saw, the last soft market cycle, was 17 to 18 years. And that's the end of my presentation. I would like to take any questions or answer any of your concerns.
Thanks, Megan. I will go to council for questions, as I'm sure we'll have lots of them. Councillor Withey.
Thank you, Worship. Megan, full disclosure, I've been an insurance broker for over 30 years. In fact, I introduced BFL to the town of Huntsville back in 2013, I believe it was. I guess I don't want to be contradictory. I would suggest that this hard market has been started earlier than last year. It's been a few years now. And the other thing that certainly we're hearing throughout the industry is that there is no end in sight for this hard market. Because of the increase in catastrophic claims and even things like the uncertainty around claims around this pandemic, I don't see that this hard market's going to change in the foreseeable future. Just the way the soft market had a long cycle after 2001, this hard market's going to go on forever. Not forever, but for a long period of time. I mean, we do have to recognize, I guess, off the top, that we're all in this for profit, and the insurance companies are no different. And we're gonna hear, information about claims and things like that. Certainly, I would question a number of issues on that. One is the insurance companies' reserve policies, because often when we look at these numbers and these percentages of our loss ratios, a lot of that can be reserve issues where you'll get notified of a claim and arbitrarily your legal department will put millions of dollars against that claim, which might settle for $50,000 5 years later. But within that 5 years, that $1 million is sitting on our record, affecting our renewal conversations and premiums, actually. So we have to I think we need a lot more information on what is actual claims paid, what is reserves, what types of claims are in those reserves. I note that on the next following document, we've got a number of claims for 2020 as 5 to date as of, and last year it was 11, and it was consistent around 10 or 11. So that to me shows a consistency of number of claims. Again, we'd have to dive into the details for reserves and actual claims paid. I think that there has been I guess I need to see, I appreciate your presentation, but from my standpoint, having working in the industry, I need a lot more information than what's been given here to look at, to really get the clear picture on what's going on here. Anyways, I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
I'm not sure if there was a question in there, but if there was, go ahead and try and answer it.
Yeah, I think, thank you, Councillor Withey. I do remember you referring, I was with BFL at that time and certainly was more of the back office. So I do remember, back in 2013. And just to, pivot on that, saying you're in lawyers, just to be clear, BFL is an insurance broker, just like yourself. We certainly are not the insurance company. We try to choose insurer partners who understand municipal risk. And, as you say, there are certainly, we keep an eye on the reserving practices. I became national practice leader of BFL's public sector program last October. And by December 1st, I had hired a dedicated public sector claims manager. And one of his responsibilities is to review reserves, ensure that we feel that those are accurate and that they aren't overly punishing, and that they do represent what we know at the time, so that it isn't a knee-jerk reaction from the insurer, because we do want to stay on top of it, and we don't want to have a negative Nelly or someone who is in an overabundance of caution, putting punitive reserves on claims. He reviews those on a monthly basis to ensure that we understand how claims are developing and that they are developing in a prudent way. From a hard soft market cycle, certainly I don't have a crystal ball. Yes, insurers are saying that it's going to, there's no end in sight. At BFL, part of why I came back to BFL and why I was hired is that my goal is to bring stability and sustainability to municipal risk, so that we can have, a stable long-term partnership that can more easily ride out the various market cycles. And the final piece is, happy to provide much more in-depth claims information. It's just that we had limited time to speak today, and depending on, privacy concerns, et cetera. And happy to, either come back and present or have staff give you your loss run to go through. I can say that in your, historically, there aren't that many open. There are quite a few that are closed with large losses settled, but certainly there are some open.
Follow up, Councillor Withey?
Thank you. Yeah, just briefly, can you give me a quick rundown on who the insurers are on your program, and more importantly, how long have they been, and how often are you switching those out?
Yeah, so we have Lloyd's of London on the casualty side currently, your primary liability and your excess liability. Property is AIG. There will be a new AIG, as part of the tool, has reduced their capacity this year. They still remain the lead, but there will be Economical and Zurich as part of that panel to make 100% of your property. AIG writes the crime, the auto. RSA writes the boiler, and SSQ does the accident policies.
Thank you. Oh, and how have they, other than what you mentioned, AIG's participation dropping, have any of these, does this lineup change significantly in the last 5 years?
So the liability side, AIG participated on the liability up until about 3 years ago. And then we've been with the same Lloyd syndicate since then.
Thanks, Megan.
And I would say about that, sorry, Your
Go ahead.
Worship, I would just say about that Lloyd syndicate is those underwriters have been working on municipal risk for the last 25 years.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Megan. With regards to reserves, Megan, how I was not aware of this. I'm not insurance like Councillor Whitty. I wasn't aware of this, but how do you determine the amount of money that would go into a reserve? It seems to me that like if you're setting aside $1 million for something that's eventually going to be paid out at a tenth of that or considerably less than that, I'm really curious about this process. How do you determine the amount of reserves that go into the reserves?
So again, it's not BFL, it's the insurers, and again, BFL tries to stay on top of that and ensure that the reserving practices are prudent and reasonable. Insurers reserve based on reports that they receive from legal counsel and or adjusters that give them the lay of the land to understand, and they look at a variety of, depending on the type of loss, if it's a bodily injury, what type of injuries there were, is it, we call them the 7 deadly sins, is it a catastrophic injury, is it a sprained ankle, where it occurred, what information there is around the policies and procedures that the municipality took in place. Do we believe that there is liability? And they take those comments into play. I would also say that from a municipal insurance perspective, I have seen more the other way, where claims have been under-reserved. And if we look at a claim and it's reserved for 100,000 in 2015, in 2016, suddenly the reserve's gone to 900,000. So I've seen more of a trend of that, where they have been under-reserved and it pops its ugly head up, where suddenly the reserve has gone up because we've gone through discoveries, etc. Again, BFL has our claims manager to stay on top of the insurers. Obviously we've chosen our insurer partners because we want them to act in good faith. At the same time, we want to ensure that we're holding everyone accountable and that their reserving practices are prudent. And our claims manager reviews the reserving, goes through the legal reports from the lawyers, looks through the investigation from the adjusters. And if there's any file that we feel they've been overly cautious, and there has been, as I call them, the negative Nelly insurer adjusters, claims examiners, that we question that, and we ensure that there are prudent reserves assigned.
Okay. May it notwithstanding who's right or who's wrong between Councillor Whitty and yourself as to just how long the hard market's going to last. At the end of the hard market, though, I assume that our premiums do not return to the level that they were at in the soft market. Wherever we end up with, we will just go on from there in a soft market.
I mean, well, that's not necessarily true. Again, it comes down to what your risk profile looks like. you know, and if you have done considerable work around risk management, if your deductible levels are strong, and that your loss experience bears out what the risk management work you have done, I mean, there is the opportunity when you go for tender that there could be a more, you know, more competitive premiums offered by the marketplace.
So one other thing, your numbers actually seem to show a decrease in the number of claims year over year, at least from 2013, I think, or 15 it was. If our insurance premiums continue to go up, does that mean the actual claim payouts are higher? I take it you take both into consideration, but what drives the premium the most, the number of claims or the dollar value?
So certainly the dollar value in combination with, you know, your frequency issues, the number.
Are there any other questions from council? Councilor Withey.
Thank you. Sorry, I couldn't resist. Yeah, I mean, when the market's soft, anything goes, right? It's everybody's going for market share, so they'll, you know, as the saying goes, take their clothes off to get your account. So even a wicked claims experience may go out the window if a company's hungry enough just to grab market share. The thing that would mitigate going back to even, I mean, you could even pay less than we did in 2015 eventually. But what happens over time is that we're growing, we're adding more assets, we're adding more vehicles, we're buying more plow trucks, et cetera. So what you have to insure will always be increasing, and the value of replacement costs of things that you're doing. You see building materials going through the roof right now, so that means the cost to replace a major fire loss in one of our buildings would be even more than probably what we have valued on the books right now, because we can't adjust daily to what, you know, the cost of a 2x4 is. So, but when the market's soft, it's the Wild West. The reason the conversation has gone around how long this hard market will go is simply because of the catastrophic storms and climate change and everything that keeps coming. We've seen ourselves, 2013, we had a huge flood. That was supposed to be our 100-year event. We had another one 6 years later. So these are the things that are driving the premiums sort of globally. And I think that you can talk about deductibles, you can talk about mitigation, which are very important, but we're not going to get away from just the uncertainty of what's going on with climate change and how it affects. And people, you know, they always struggle, certainly in my business, where their rates for their homeowners insurance have gone up, and to explain to them that how a wildfire in California is affecting our rates here we can do that because insurance companies have capacities and buy reinsurance on the global market, et cetera. So that's why we're all affected globally with everything that happens wherever it happens. So it's, I just, from everything I see, we're in this hard market for quite a while. Thanks.
Okay, Megan, thanks so much for your presentation and for giving us the Insurance 101. Appreciate that. And I think we have an insurance report next, but you do not have to stay for that. So thanks again.
Thanks very much for having me.
So council, we're on to new business, and the first item of business is an insurance update report from Julia McKenzie and Rebecca Hawken. Whoever's taking the lead, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I hope everybody enjoyed that 101 for the insurance as much as we did. So this report is to bring forward the expected changes for the town's insurance program for 2021, including the changes to the deductible limits, as well as providing a recommended strategy for reducing the significant spikes in expenses with insurance deductibles over the next several years, hopefully. So first of all, this is an update to the renewal of our insurance policy. We've been working on this renewal since August. Our original plan was to go for RFP this year. But we're looking at delaying this process until next year, the year after. And as Megan pointed out, this is a hard market for insurance this year. And as well, the town doesn't have a good loss ratio. And you can see on page 2 of the report that the town's premium has increased significantly over the past 6 years. And looking at it, claims have increased by over, our claims have increased by over 80%, over 800%, sorry, over the last 5 years. So last year, the deductibles for errors and omissions was increased to $50,000 to help mitigate the impact of the increased premium. And now we're looking at increasing the deductible on the general liability from 25,000 to 50,000 to hopefully reduce the annual premium as well. I just wanted to point out that the errors and omissions policy, or the errors and omissions that was increased last year, that primarily relates to the billing claims. So those are claims against home construction with the Building Code Act, or the Building Code. And that's been one of our most significant drivers, I think, for our insurance policy costs. So just in regards to what we're proposing as a strategy for the deductibles is back in 2011, this is brought forward to have amounts transferred to the insurance reserve each year so that we would have funds in there to help offset when there was significant premium or significant deductibles in any given year. And just as each year went past, it was always a way that we could help with budget constraints was to reduce this amount. So what we're looking at is to bring this back and have a strategy in place so that if there are savings with the deductibles in any given year, that they are transferred to this reserve. And this would be starting with 2020. And in 2020, I think you'll see later on that there is quite a bit of reduction in the premiums or in the deductibles. And that's because there have been a lot of claims that have been settled in amounts less than our deductibles. So we thought we'd be paying the full deductible, and we ended up not having to do that. So you actually see a negative amount. So this is a good opportunity to transfer some of that money over to the reserve so that we do have that funding that is available in future years. And it allows us to use these funds. So if we budget for 2 deductibles in 2021 and we have 3, that could be a swing of $50,000. So if we have that reserve to be able to offset that, that would help just smooth out the impact of those. And again, just moving from an increased deductible, it shifts the risk between the deductibles and the premium, but then it also makes us more susceptible to swings in the deductibles, the frequency of them. So this is a way that we're bringing forward to help mitigate this in the future.
Okay, thanks, Julia. I forgot to read the resolution before I started this, so I'm going to do that now. I'm getting the evil eye. Moved by Councillor Withey and seconded by Councillor Wiebe, it is recommended that savings experienced in either insurance premiums or deductibles be transferred to the dedicated insurance reserve at year end, provided that this does not create a deficit in the overall town budget. And further, that bylaw number 2019-106 be amended to delegate the authority to the treasurer to transfer funds from the insurance reserve to fund unbudgeted deductibles throughout the year. Now we'll go to questions. Councillor Withey.
Thank you, Your Worship, and sorry for monopolizing this conversation. I'm questioning whether that moving this deductible from 25 to 50 is that wise, because the savings that you're going to realize will, if we look at a claims frequency that we've got here on this document, I mean, you're going to be dipping into this reserve before you know it. And not only that, but you had mentioned a minute ago, Julia, that there was a number of claims that were under our $25,000 deductible that we settled ourselves. So there's a cost to that as well. And if you double your deductible, you're going to be picking up a lot more of those claims. So a couple of questions. How many of those settlements were made under 25? That's an important number. The other thing, as I mentioned to Megan, I would personally like to see a lot more detail on this claim summary here that, you know, we're all guilty in the insurance business of throwing out percentages and numbers and things like that. But until the devil is always in the details. So I want to see more detail on this stuff. I don't need to see names of who's claiming what or what exactly. I just need to see more detailed numbers on what are reserves, what we paid, that we're under our $25,000 deductible. I guess I also don't agree why we shouldn't have gone out to RFP. I think we should have stayed that course. Of course, it's in BFL's best interest to sort of guide you away from that decision because they don't want us to look at competition. But because this hard market is going to be around for a while, I don't think it doesn't hurt you to go out for an RFP. As they mentioned in their report, or you mentioned in your report, that they stated that their premium won't change whether we're out for an RFP or anyway. So it wouldn't matter to them, but we don't know. I guess we don't know what the market's doing. I've been in touch with a couple of people that I know that I didn't know were even in the municipal insurance space, and it turns out they are. So I don't know why we changed tact about going for an RFP now, because if we're basing it on it being a hard market, we may not go for one for another 5 years, and it's already been over 5 years. So, or just 5 years. So I don't know if there's a way to fire that up again, and I don't know that I agree with this $50,000 change in deductible until I see more information on those claims paid and settled and reserves. Thanks.
Julia, do you have anything you want to respond there, or I'll go to the next question?
Well, we can certainly bring back the reserves and the claims paid for a committee report or for a report, as well as the number of claims settled that were under the 25,000, if that helps. I know some other municipalities that have gone out for tender this year. It's been a very long process for them. So I think at this point, to switch directions, it would be difficult to do that. I don't know if there is enough time to do that before the end of the year. We did do that in the past, and it left us very tight for timing. So I would caution against going out for RFP this year. We have to have it out for at least, I believe it's 20 days. So that would bring us awfully close to our renewal.
Councillor Thompson? You're still on mute, Councillor.
Okay, thank you, Your Worship. Yeah. Julia, under the risk management efforts, there was I know in past significant claims against the building department. And I'm just wondering, where are we with that now? I know there's been steps have been taken to mitigate that situation to some degree. I just wonder, where are we now? Are we still, seeing a lot of claims with regards to the building department from years gone by? Just wondering what the status of that is at this point.
Yep. So that is one of our biggest pinch points, is the building claims, and we are being punished for past for our history, I guess, because in the past you could bring forward a building claim indefinitely, as far as the building code went back. So now they've actually changed that. I believe it was in a couple of years ago. In 2019 they changed that so that you can only go back 16 years from when the permit was finalized. So what the building department's been doing is they've been actively trying to go back and settle those old or finalize those old claims so that property owners can't come back after that limitation period has ended. So they've been doing a lot of work, and that's been something that's been helping us. But we do just keep getting claims coming up that are from past years, not from what our current practices are, but and that those have coming back to kind of haunt us, I guess. So once we get those cleaned up a lot more, that is going to help us for sure. And I just wanted to say too that Rebecca is also here as well. She's our risk management coordinator, so she can help provide some information on what other municipalities were doing this year just with their RFPs process.
Thanks. Councillor Thompson, follow up? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, is there a light at the end of the tunnel with regards to this particular situation? I guess that's where I'd like to know.
We're hoping that's the case, and that's what we're working towards, but we still have to get past this period where we still can get the claims from the old permits. But there is a light at the end of the tunnel that we've got a lot of good practices in place with our building department, and they do a great job at mitigating the risk. But once we get that limitation period over with, then I think we're going to be in a lot better position.
Just further to number of claims while we're on that particular subject, is the 2020 claims down to number 5? I know insurance is a lot like gambling. You don't know what you get at the end, but is that likely because of COVID, or are we actually reducing our claims such that we can expect that kind of a number in 21?
I think it'd be great if it was because of all of our efforts. It's hard to say though because of the pandemic and what impact that has had on our claims for sure.
Councillor Withey?
Thank you. I would suggest that is part of it. Absolutely. Because we haven't had our facilities open for a while, and things like that would affect potential claims. Another quick question: was there any claims filed against the town for anything to do with the flood, the recent flood? Do you know?
Julia? And if you're not allowed to answer that, just say you're not allowed to answer it.
I'm going to transfer that one over to Rebecca. I'm not aware of any, but
there hasn't been any claims related to the flood reported to our insurance company. And looking at the past, the history, I believe the 2019 flood, I don't see any files related to the floodings. And yeah, I was just going to mention, as Julia had said, about what other municipalities are doing. So I did look into, when we were deciding about the procurement process to see what, what was happening. And when we were reviewing this in, late August, early September, just looking at the bidding platform that we use, which is bids and tenders, no one had issued an RFP or a tender to the market for insurance. So there has been a few since, and just based on 2019, for example, there was 16 municipalities that went out for insurance companies. This year to date, there has been 7. 2 of them have been canceled. One of them is actually the city of Barrie, and they released theirs in August and has had multiple addendums, and they've actually extended the closing deadline. So yet to see what the results out of Barrie are. But the ones that have closed have only had 2 companies bid on them, being Marsh and Aon Reed. So there has been, just based on what other people have been doing, they're either canceling them, not going to the market at all, or limited competition.
Councillor Withey?
Thank you for that, Rebecca. Yeah, and the market is compressed for sure. There are a number of players that, as I mentioned, that still playing this game. If there's any number of reasons why somebody who went out to tender wouldn't perhaps get a quote from a Frank Cowan or whatever, who are also still in this game. I still think there's time to do this. I don't know why it takes so long. I know you can't generally even approach insurance markets before 60 days of renewal anyways, but we need to do it at some point, and just because other people aren't going out might mean some of the markets are looking for some, to pick up some capacity in municipalities that are relatively clean. When Megan was doing her presentation, she was talking about sort of the green, yellow, and red areas of claims. And I can tell you that all municipalities are up. Nobody's got less than a 50% loss ratio in the municipalities section. In fact, it's mostly 80-90. So the insurance companies know this, and they're sort of projecting their profits based on these things. The one, as I said, the one real unknown is what kind of catastrophic losses can be around the corner, because that's out of control. I mean, risk management doesn't solve that issue. If all of a sudden a wildfire threatens our town somehow. So anyways.
I just, the one thing I would like to know more about is, I mean, our claims history, if you take away this year and you take away 15, we were averaging 10 to 11 claims. And my concern is if we up our deductible to 50,000 and we stay on that average, that's going to be $250,000 additional deductibles. And if we have 10 claims, and then that outweighs the cost of an insurance increase at 30 to 40%. And I know nobody has a crystal ball, but can you just speak to that piece? Anybody?
I'll go if that's okay. So the claims in the report, they're not all based on the general liability deductible that we're talking about. So those claims encompass all of our policies. So for example, out of the 5 for 2020, 2 of them would be general liability claims. Others are property or our auto insurance. So, we could provide additional breakdown on what those claims are, which seems like what we're looking for here. But yeah, not all of those in all of the years, that's every policy and the deductibles are different on all of them.
Okay, that helps, and I think that would be good information. I think that there is at least an interest in having a little bit more information on our claims history. I know the resolution we have before us is simply to put any savings from this year into a reserve and to give the treasurer the ability to do that. So we're not talking about anything else in this resolution, correct? I'm not missing anything in it. This is just simply to put our any surplus this year into a reserve so that we can deal with future insurance from that reserve if need be. Is that fair to say? That's all this resolution is doing?
That is all the resolution is doing. So in the past, council doesn't I guess weigh in on the RFP process. So this is just for the rest of that is just for information regarding the deductible and the renewal that we're proceeding with.
Councillor Withey?
Thank you. As the reported mover of this, I have a question about the second half of this resolution about the delegating of the authority. How has that worked prior to this? And I don't know if I'm comfortable just to say, okay, we're not going to be involved, that this authority is 100% the treasurer's. So no offense, Julia, but I'm just wondering about how that's worked prior and why we need to change that part of this now.
Julia?
Sure. So right now we don't take money out of the reserves to cover any swings in the deductibles. What we do is it's within our budget reporting, and we would take it just from we'd have to find savings in other areas to account for that. So it's just done through the regular budget reporting. So this is just a way that if right now we can't take any money from reserves. We can't use reserve funding unless it's approved by council. So giving me the authority to do that would just allow me to do that during the year. But also at each quarter, we would also have to provide any deviation. So it would still be reported through our budget reporting policy, our budget reporting guidelines. So you would be aware of those that movement.
Councillor?
Yeah, thank you. I'm not comfortable with just delegating that authority. I think that it's important that we have our eyes on this. I don't like this kind of blanket thing where money just shifts back and forth and we get a quarterly report on it. So I don't know what that means to me moving this motion or not, but I don't support that part of it.
Okay, I don't think moving it suggests you have to support it. Correct? Yeah. Just following up on that, I understand this gives you the authority to move unbudgeted deductibles, but does that mean we have implied consent to raise our deductible from 25,000 to 50 today just through that report, or would that be something that we would still vote on?
So generally, that's a staff decision that's been made each year. So if if you don't agree with the information that's provided in the report, I guess I just have to look to the clerks, because I think you'd have to make a motion to bring forward a recommendation.
Okay, so,
Otherwise, the intention would be that we would do the renewal.
so when you, sorry, I'm sorry, Julia, I interrupted. Go ahead and finish.
Sorry, so the intention is for, as we've done in past years, we would do the renewal as we've outlined in the report, and we would likely just, after we get back the exact information from the renewal, then we would decide on, as a staff member, we would decide on the deductibles.
Okay, I did not realize that was a staff job, whatever. I thought it was a council, so no problem there. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Julia or Rebecca. With regards to the delegating where the savings would go, can you give me a ballpark figure? What kind of money are we talking about?
So in 2020, it's a bit of an unusual year because there was so much cleanup that was done on some of our old claims. So there is I believe it'd be about 100, I think it's around 150,000, as long as we don't have any other significant claims to the end of the year, that we would direct towards that reserve. And then in any other given year, it would just depend on the number of claims that we would have. And just to further that too, when we have a claim, as Rebecca pointed out, we have the number of claims here. That doesn't necessarily mean that it goes to the full deductible. We could have claims that are well below our deductibles as well, that have been we've reported to our insurance company.
Follow up, Councillor Thompson?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. So in any given quarter, you're talking an average of around $37,500, if that was the case then, to be delegated into the reserves.
Yes, and it would only be if it was above what we've budgeted. So in the 2021 budget, we're recommending at this point to budget for 2 deductibles for the liability. So that would be a total of 100,000. So it would be only if it was in excess of that. But we don't know those amounts until they would happen.
Good. Councillor Withey.
Yeah, thank you. And again, sorry for speaking so much on this. I have as we've discussed during this whole thing, there isn't enough information in this report on claims and things like that. So to just all of a sudden delegate the authority to staff to decide that, boom, we're going to put our deductible 50,000. I'm not on side with that at all. I don't think that's appropriate. So I didn't realize that this was doing all of that. So I definitely will not be supporting this motion until I get more information.
Okay, Councillor Wiebe.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm wondering if raising the deductible, in fact, makes it more attractive for people to file claims against us as a municipality, or is that just? Do we find a difference if that number is higher, that we become almost more of a target?
Just to answer, I don't believe so. Can I just one point of clarification? With regards to the deductibles that have been set through our policy, this report or the motion has nothing to do with that. That's always been a staff decision. So just to clarify that this motion has nothing to do with setting the deductible.
Yeah, I get that. And I was going to point that out as well. So again, this motion is simply to give the treasurer the authority to transfer the funds when they need to be transferred. We're not changing anything as far as what we're responsible to change. Negotiating a new insurance deal is staff's job, and setting the deductible is staff's job. They're telling us why they're doing it, and they're making their best professional recommendation. And we all know we don't know what's going to happen in the number of claims next year. So I don't think there's anything wrong with council requesting more information about insurance, but it's not our decision to make the renegotiation, correct?
So in our procurement policy, the council doesn't get involved in procurement.
Right. Okay, so I will go back, Deputy Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I'm just curious. So I hear you about today's motion. It seems pretty straightforward, but I really value Councillor Withey's comments on this, given his expertise in the area. And so I'm wondering, with all of the discussion that we've been listening to back and forth about, whether or not we raise the deductible and, all of it, are we then planning to bring that discussion back next month? And because I thought there was some very interesting conversation, and while I'm sure I could support today's, it does seem to imply sort of an implicit acceptance of everything else. And maybe that's okay, but I thought there were a lot of good questions and issues raised this morning. So I'm just curious what happens to the rest of that discussion going forward.
Maybe if I might go to our CAO, because I think we're getting confused. The information provided in the report, I guess, was for information for us. It was not for a decision. The only decision before us is the one that I've read in the resolution. Just because we don't think we should raise the deductibles, that's not our decision to make. If I have that correct, Madam CAO, would you confirm that, or would you set us straight?
Thank you, Your Worship. So you're correct. The matter before you today specifically speaks to the movement of the funds with respect to savings and expenses in and out of the reserve. So with respect to the deductible, it has always been a mechanism that staff have overseen based on discussions with our insurer, because obviously they are the experts in this area. And we certainly do take some recommendations from them on what might work and what might help us moving forward. So what's before you today is specifically about the permission of the treasurer to have that ability to transfer those funds. Having said that, if there are decisions that staff are making that council feel that they need to be involved with, then that certainly is a council decision. So if there's a member of council who wishes to put a motion on the floor directing staff to utilize a $25,000 deductible as opposed to $50,000 deductible, that certainly councils, the committee has that ability to do that. So again, just keeping in mind that we as staff are working with the insurance companies and taking their best advice to make the decisions that work best for our organization. But at the end of the day, council has the ability to provide direction.
Okay, so Councillor Withey, as long as you're all right with being the mover of the motion, which doesn't preclude you from voting against it, but as long as you're okay with being the mover, I'm going to call the question, and then I'm going to suggest we take a 5-minute break. And if anybody wants to contact the clerk about putting forward any motion about the deductible or having council get more involved in this, we can do that over the break. But for now, this one is about putting money into the reserve and giving the treasurer the ability to move it around. So, Councillor Wiebe, question?
Yes, sorry, thank you, Your Worship. So, but what I'm hearing is some friction on that second part of the motion. And I'm just wondering what, without totally knowing what Councillor Withey would suggest otherwise, I'm not sure. I'm left again with a lack of information. So I'll direct this towards Councillor Withey. Are you not in favor of this motion because of the second portion? And if so, are you going to propose something to amend that?
Councillor Withey?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Jonathan. Just to your point, I don't think there's enough information here for me to be comfortable with really any motion, because I don't really know how this reserve got. I mean, I don't know a lot about this reserve, how this money got put in there, and it's really important if we're settling claims on our own because they're under our deductible, that money is coming from somewhere as well. And if we all of a sudden double our deductible, we're going to be on the hook for a lot more money out of that end of it. So right away, that reserve could be very little or zero with just a couple claims. So I personally need more information about this whole topic because, having done it for quite a long time, it's, there's a lot of flags that are jumping up at me right now that I would like to be part of a discussion anyways, but definitely more information is needed before I'm comfortable with anything here.
Julia?
I just want to make sure that it's clear that when we talk about settling the claims, the town in general doesn't, I have to make sure I say this right, we don't pay out claims on our own. Somebody would need to bring forward a claim and we would bring it through our insurance company. So just so that's clear that we're not adjudicating those claims on our own.
Councillor Withey, would you be more comfortable if the second part of the resolution had a cap on it, either a number of claims or dollar figure, before coming back to council? And anything above the cap would need to come back to council approval.
So I guess you could do that. I just don't know what that would be. But further to Julia's latest comment, if a claim comes in that's less than our deductible, you're saying we're still informing the insurance company of this? Because what happens when you do that is they open a file and that becomes part of your claims record, even if they pay out nothing in it as well. And they're going to use that information in the future to look at your claims frequency, as they mentioned earlier, frequency and type. They're going to use that saying, okay, you had 20 claims and our reply could be, well, but 10 of them were under the deductible, so we settled them ourselves. And they go, well, sorry, our files are open. You're showing us a frequency here, which is why we're going to jack your premiums later. So you really need to manage these kinds of things, I think. So back to your question, Your Worship, I don't know. I'd almost like to defer this until we get more information and figure this out, because there's a lot more here that is missing than what I actually can see and come to a decision on.
Okay, I am actually going to suggest, would anybody like to put a motion to postpone this? Can we postpone it to council, to the next council meeting, so that it can dealt with? We could refer it to the council meeting of November 25th or whatever the date is, and that gives us time to get more information. Hang on, Julia?
I just want to make sure it's clear. So just in deferring this, it's just dealing with the motion that's currently here. It's not dealing with the renewal.
Correct, and is council comfortable with that? Deputy Mayor Alcock?
I'm certainly supportive of the deferral. And to that question, it seems to me that if we're deferring to get more information, that more information could in fact be a bit more all-encompassing than just what's related to paragraph 2 of this motion. I mean, that makes sense to me. I mean, this whole discussion there's been a lot of information, a lot of questions back and forth, and a lot of stuff that wasn't necessarily, I read the note last night and it looked straightforward to me, but I'm not an insurance expert, and I think I value, again, as I said, I value a lot of the input that was provided today. So I think that it's not, we're deferring it, but presumably there will be a lot of information that will be provided for that November council meeting. That's the way I would have interpreted that.
Julia, when do you need to renew our insurance? What's the renewal date?
So we've started this process back in August, and from my understanding from other municipalities, that it's not a quick process, especially given the actual insurance companies responding to it. Our renewal date is December 31st. If we defer this to the November meeting, and we are being requested to go out for RFP, we have to post it for at least 20 days. So that's going to bring us well into December.
Okay, I don't think we're talking about going out for an RFP. We're just talking about more information, and we're talking about the deductible. So the November date doesn't hurt us that way, right?
That's correct. As long as staff, we're still proceeding with with renewing this policy.
Okay. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Your Worship. First of all, I'm not in favor of deferring this at all. I mean, we're talking about a very simple resolution here. We're not talking about a vast quantity of money. As a matter of fact, it's fairly minimal. And it seems to me we're flogging something here that doesn't need to be flogged, for crying out loud. I'm not in favor of a deferral. I think we should just go ahead with the vote.
The clerk would like clarification on what information exactly the committee is looking for, so that if we do defer this, we can put that in a resolution. And even if we don't defer it, this won't be ratified until the council meeting in November, so that information could still be provided even if we pass this. So exactly what information are we looking for going forward? Councillor Withey.
Thank you. I need, or I would like to see more detail on claims, what has actually been paid, what the reserves are, what we've paid, what's been under our deductible that we've notified our insurer about. I think that's about it. And well, of course, a breakdown of type. I mean, if we're looking at these 5, for example, it was already mentioned that only 2 of them are liability claims. The rest are automobile claims, I'm assuming, or then I need to see that detail. And again, don't need any names, don't need any dates, just need redact whatever you think is privacy related. But the deltas on all those lines will show me what our actual experience is and what kind of discussions we can have with our insurer. I mean, BFL has a large stake in continuing our relationship, even in this hard market. So I believe that our loss ratios, even as reported, we're still profitable. We're still a profitable account. And that's really the bottom line for the broker and the insurance markets. Are you profitable? So that detail is what I would like to see.
Councillor Weep, do you have something to add to that list?
Thank you, Your Worship. But in saying that, will that information be informing our willingness to go out for an RFP, which sounds like we couldn't do it this year anyway, right? So I want to make sure that what we're tasking staff with is to inform the decision as to why they should have the authority, as it says in the second point, to right, to make those transfers, et cetera. So if I don't know if there's more, should be more nuance there or not, but it sounds like we're not taking on the decision to go for an RFP and to renew or to change that relationship this year, unless I'm wrong, but it sounds like it's too late for that.
Yeah, it's too late this year to go for an RFP, which doesn't mean we can't go for an RFP next year. So what we could be deciding now could be simply for 1 year. Councillor Withey.
Thank you, and thank you for indulging me, Your Worship. I do agree that with how the clock looks now, that RFP is out of the question for this fall. But I also believe that information is power, and if we get the right information, we can even, it gives, I mean, all these premiums are negotiations. So if you take what somebody gives you as this is the reason for their argument, and you don't have the information to say, well, wait a minute, your reserves are out of line on this particular thing. I had an issue myself with one of our claims from years ago. There was this huge reserve posted on it, and every other market I talked to, they said, well, that's a ridiculous number because that is never going to come to pass. It's going to be settled at 0.5% of that number, and they're doing that to screw up your overall loss ratio and give you worse results. So, I mean, it's always good to keep your eye on these kinds of things, and it's not, because I'm in the business, I get it and I get how it works. It's important to have that information all the time.
Okay, the clerk the clerk has prepped the motion. Can I get a mover and seconder for deferral to the council meeting in November? Deputy Mayor Alcock and Councillor Wiebe. So I have a resolution moved by Deputy Mayor Alcock and seconded by Councillor Wiebe. It is recommended that Report Corp 2020-41 Insurance Update 2021 be referred to the November council meeting to allow time for staff to bring more information, detail, and breakdown on claims. Questions? All in favor? Opposed? And that carries. And that means the motion on the table is deferred. And that means we're going to take a 5-minute biological break and come back for the report on taxes. We're just waiting for Councillor Thompson and Councillor Fitzgerald to be back, and we will get on with the business. That was a good discussion. Okay, are you with us, Lee?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear
Okay,
you.
my video
Okay.
is not working. It says the video is stopped, but I'm not able
Okay.
to open.
Well, that's all right. I will, we will do the SAS report on property taxes and, now your video. Okay, great. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Your Worship and Council. I prepared the report again, similar to last year that I had done the report for the status of taxes for the year ending 2019. So for that year-end financial statements, and you've got before you there all of the statistics and the same tables roughly as I had last year in there for viewing. So hopefully everyone has had a chance to go over and look at some of the receivables data that I've put down there. The little bit of the background of the report, it's here to provide an annual report for council on the status of the taxes billed, including the supplementaries. I put those into the appendix too, so some information on supplementary taxes as well as the regular taxation billings, and a comparison over past year's receivables, detail on the outstanding taxes for the current year, tax sale status, and percentages of total owing over the assessments for properties, just to sort of flag some of the properties that have higher percentages of their arrears divided by their total assessment for risk properties. So rather than going necessarily over all of the tables, I mean, we'll go through and I'll just go through the appendix a little bit here too. So I do show some of the billing details on how many bills were issued there for the taxation year for the year ending 2019, and some information on the amount of supplementary bills and the total amounts there for town portions of those supplementary bills billed. Then there is a section on the receivables amount for the current year ending 2019, and comparison, as you can see there, between a couple of previous years that were listed in there as well, just to sort of see the trends and how we're doing with the receivables there. And then some information on the pre-authorized plan enrollments and how many people are enrolling in the monthly pre-authorized plans that we have, the installment plans and the arrears plans that are available for people to sign up for. And then the final section in the appendix there for information there is those properties without any personal details or whatever in there, of course, that are over the 30% mark of their amount of the arrears that are over their tax assessment, their phased-in assessment for the current taxation year. So I'll just point out some highlights there. Again, assuming that everyone has had a chance to sort of look through the figures and that there, I've just sort of summarized a couple of points that I just wanted to point out there from some of that. You will see that there was a little over 100 more tax bills that were issued in 2019 over 2018's taxation year. There were a lot of rolls created there, for the roll import for 2019. So that explains why there was certainly a lot more. There were supplementary bills issued in the previous year, and those were all new rolls then for taxation in 2019. And 2019, as you'll see as well, there was 170 more supplementary bills issued in 2019 than there were in 2018. It was a very busy year for supplemental taxation. And over double of the amount for the town's portion of dollars were collected for supplemental taxation, or were billed anyway for supplemental taxation from in 2019. The town's portion of the taxed amount was $1 million higher in 2019 again than it was for 2018. So there were certainly a lot more billed as well that the town was collecting there for taxation in 2019. The receivable amount was up $330,000 from the end of 2018 to the end of 2019's total taxes receivable, from that chart as well that you'll see. The pre-authorized payment enrollment is doing good. The figures there I'm still working with customers all the time, and we're trying to promote, within social media here. I've just recently actually had social media blitz going out for the pre-authorized payment plan to encourage people to sign up for the pre-authorized monthly plans and the installment plans, as well. It was in social media as well as the newspaper that we advertised that in. I've just recently, over the last few days, I've added 50 accounts to the monthly pre-authorization plan, and they're still coming into my desk like crazy right now. So we're very busy with getting people onto those payment plans, and of course those continue. The more people we can have on the plans, I feel is better. That's better for collections. It's a steady way for them to pay their money and then be on a making sure that they're making their payments. So I'm also currently working very hard with customers that are in to get more of them into the pre-authorized arrears plan, for those that are in larger amounts of arrears, getting them onto a plan that's acceptable and getting themselves caught up in a good time frame over a few years to get their tax accounts back at level ground. So I am working with a lot of those ones. For tax sale notes, there's currently we don't currently have any properties registered. The province did put a hold for a few months here, at least anyway, on tax sales, and those tax sale proceedings have been halted for municipalities anyway until just recently, and you can start those back up. So the plan is here again. We'll revisit towards the end of the year here now. Looking at those accounts that are in the higher amounts of arrears, and we can put them through for tax arrears registration on those ones that we're not able to work with, and get an acceptable payment plans going with customers, because ultimately we want to work with our ratepayers to make sure that we can get into something outside of a tax sale proceedings. I also wanted to point out as well that we have just recently, because of COVID and everything too, we have just recently sent out the arrears notices, so for more of a current status on what's going on right now. There's just been released the arrears notices out to the people that are in over $20 of arrears, and that's been out there and added to their accounts for notifying everybody that the penalty has been started back up as of October. As I'm sure all of you were aware, from the penalty waiving period has ended now, and we have just recently started adding penalties back to the accounts for those in the 2020 taxation year. So I guess if there's any questions on that. I did want to mention, just there's the section at the end there for the people that are over 30%. Again, there's a couple of accounts in there that are a high percentage of their arrears over their assessment value. They're very small taxation dollars for those properties, and I actually am close to resolution on those two accounts that we were sorting out some of the title issues. So I am working on that at the moment with the owner, and working with Julie on those ones to resolve those issues and get those couple of accounts cleared off of the books there for having high arrears. So I guess with that, if there's any questions, Your Worship, I'll open it up for that.
Okay, Council, questions? Councillor Withey.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thanks, Lee. Excellent report. Just a very quick question. The accounts in arrears, how old? I mean, there's a significant amount of money here, 2016 and prior. How long do they stay on our books before they get written off, or we do a land sale, or how do they hang around? How long do they hang around?
Through Your Worship, they can be as long. There is no time limit on them. They are available under the Municipal Act to be sold through tax sale proceedings at the 3-year mark, right? Once they hit the first year, December 31st of the year prior, where there's 3 full years of arrears, we have that under our policy that we can go at for those ones for tax sale proceedings. They have recently changed that under the Municipal Act to allow for 2 years. Not a lot of, I've been speaking with a few municipalities, and not many are being that aggressive in pushing for those, but there are quite a few that are older than 3 years. because there may be payment plans, there may be accounts that have in their past made some scattered payments against the account and tried to, in good faith, to get themselves caught up. Sometimes they fall behind for a little while and they haven't made payments, but until you start the tax sale proceedings and register a tax arrear certificate on a property, you're allowing them to make partial payments on the account and kind of get themselves caught up with payment plans. And it's just a matter really of monitoring those ones and the properties that have that really high percentage of their arrears based on the amount of their assessment that is more of a want to watch them for a risk factor for the town, right, to make sure that you're going to be able to collect the amount of receivables on those properties through a tax sale if it came to that.
Councillor Wiebe, I think you were next.
Thank you, Worship. Lee, you kind of answered my question. Great report. It was regards to the tax sales. I noticed that many municipalities have gotten their tax sales online now and they're proceeding. And in the notes, you mentioned that some people were just kind of getting back on their feet due to COVID, so there's nothing scheduled. But can you give me a sense? Would we try and expedite this process and get it going sooner than later? It strikes me that anyone who's behind 3+ years is probably not COVID related. It's probably more of an ongoing issue that just seems to be needing a resolution sooner than later, I guess. So I'm just wondering timing in terms of tax sale.
Lee?
Yes, through your worship. Yes, I agree, Councillor Wiebe. It's there certainly are some accounts that are not making good faith payments, and I really want to try and hone in on those ones for when we do set up some warning letters next, and maybe a fairly large number of accounts. The warning letters may prompt them to come in and make payments on the accounts once we do make that. But the plan is to, at the end of this year, I want to be looking at the accounts again and get that. It was just, sort of, with COVID and everything and the delay on that tax sale process, as you say, that has started up now, and I do want to start moving forward with some of those accounts. It's just, it had obviously delayed it during the, the first few months of this year, when we were originally going to try and get some accounts maybe registered in the spring. And so of course, everything kind of changed a little bit with COVID, but the plan is to get back in action, I think, on some of those ones that are in higher amounts of arrears, yes.
Lee, specifically on the 2016 and older, is there a minimum payment that they have to make if they're on a plan or in order not to go to tax sale? Is there?
Really just we're looking to try and get them onto a payment plan that is going to get their account caught up in a reasonable amount of time. It may be 2 or 3 years. Some of them that are in a little bit higher, it's going to take them a little bit longer to catch up. But I do know that the courts, when it comes to tax sales, look very favorably upon the customers, right? If the municipality is not working with them to get, to avoid tax sales at all costs, if they're making, an acceptable payments towards their account. So it's really just a matter of, I work with these customers, especially the ones that have larger amounts of arrears, and I try to go through and do calculations for them that's actually going to get them catching up, like working in the right direction and catching their account up, rather than the interest and penalty accruing at such a rate that they're just falling further behind because of the interest and penalties, which are, of course, under our payment policies, those are what's paid first. So I work with them to come up with a payments amounts that they can make on the account that's actually going to start to work their account, in the right direction, right, and paying off their taxes and getting caught up. So, and I try to work with about if I can manage it there, looking at about a 2 to 3 year time frame in many accounts, to try and get them caught up in that time frame.
Great. Thank you for that. That was for information only. Appreciate it. Good information. And now we will go to our Safe Restart Agreement for Municipal Operating Funding Phase 2. Julia.
Thank you. So this report is just to bring an update on some notification that we got from the ministry regarding Phase 2 of the Safe Restart program. So as you'll probably remember, back in August, the province did announce this program, which is called the Safe Restart, and there was four different streams for this, and there was $4 billion of emergency money that was allocated. And of that, the one stream was the municipal operating stream. And the town of Huntsville did get $661,000 from this program. So we put that money into a reserve, and as per the budget guidelines, we're anticipating using that for the 2021 budget to offset some of our COVID-related revenue losses and expenses. So for phase 2 funding, it's available to municipalities who can demonstrate that they have COVID-related financial impacts that exceed the allocation provided in phase 2. And they also must be able to demonstrate why they've not been able to mitigate these expenses with their own budget control measures. So in looking at where we are right now for 2020, which is the next report, we're looking to be in a surplus position this year. And then next year, we're looking to have some losses in revenues, that sort of thing. But in going through them, we don't believe that it will exceed that dollar amount. So therefore, we wouldn't be eligible for this funding. So we just wanted to bring this forward just to explain that this program is out here, but because of our measures that we have put in place, we won't be able to access this.
Okay. Any questions from council? Thanks for that, Julia. Next one, last for information only, our 2020 year-end forecast.
So this report is just to provide an update on our forecast to the end of the year. We did bring back the Q2 previously. So this is just a preliminary update before we get into our Q3, which will be our next meeting. And I just want to point out, just for clarity, on the last page of the report, it is broken down by each division and by each budget area. And I provided what the forecast was in Q2 that was provided. And that forecast, so that Q2 forecast is the forecast to the end of the year. And then if you look in the far right-hand column, the second last, it says Q3 forecast. That's a forecast to the end of the year. So I just want to make sure that that's clear. So that's what we're expecting, where we're expecting to be at the end of the year. So since the onset of the pandemic, we've been providing various forecasts throughout this period. So I have provided that in Appendix A, just all the updates that we have provided. It has changed, and we've known it's going to change because as we shut down and then as we bring programs back up, there's going to be costs associated with that. And those have all been outlined in the various reports that we've brought forward. In this update, we're anticipating that the surplus at the end of the year will be about 351,000 of a surplus. So that would be going into the working capital reserve and could potentially be used for any one-time costs that are associated with 2021. So that might be something that's considered in the budget process. So divisionally, so the CAO and Human Resources, they're expecting to be under budget. And that's primarily due to just cost control measures in the areas of training, professional development, and travel. Legislative Services is expecting to be under budget by almost $100,000. And that's primarily due to staff vacancies, as well as the corporate services reorganization, as well as they've had a lot of cost control put into place where they haven't been spending money for training. And you'll see that through all of them, the training, professional development, and travel. Financial services, there's just a minor forecast overage right now of $10,000, but there's some significant variances in there. The one, as I've discussed previously, was the insurance deductibles. And that's mainly due to older claims being settled. There's also a big reduction in our tax penalty interest, as you're all aware, as that we had stopped applying penalty for a period. So that's didn't come back until September 30th. So there was a significant drop in revenue from that. And as well, there's been a lot of, in the past, I brought forward reports on some significant write-offs that were going to come to fruition, and they've now come to fruition. So you'll see those in the Q3 report that we have some significant write-offs in our property taxes, but they were anticipated and they span back for several years. We've also had an increase in supplementary taxes as well this year, so lots of development still happening. And as well, some significant savings in SWB due to staff vacancies. So for community services, so even though there's been a significant decline in the program and facility revenues, they're still expecting to be under budget, and that's mainly due to a result of savings in SWB and some other materials and supplies, that sort of thing, throughout the year. Development services is expecting to be over budget by almost 100,000. And this is primarily due to planning fees being under, but what we normally, or we budgeted for 2020, which is mainly due to COVID, to the impact of COVID. And although these have been lower than budget, the inquiries activity within the department is actually been quite significantly higher this year. So for operations and protective services, they're expecting to be under budget by 300,000. And that's mainly due to reducing the horticultural program, reducing contractors. When we did put the limits on spending back in the early months of the year. And cemetery was less than anticipated. And as well, the fire chief came in later than anticipated. So that position was budgeted for the whole year and didn't come in until the fall. So for the library, we've kept the forecast to the end of the year to be the same as the budget, because that's what council approved for spending for the library. There has been some significant savings in the library, mainly with SWB, but there's also been some significant facility costs that weren't anticipated. So the library board will make a recommendation on that, the surplus or deficit, and how that's to be treated at the end of the year. So we've just left that one status quo. So again, we're just looking at a small surplus. It's about 2% of our overall budget, and that will be used for working capital for future years.
Okay. Questions from council? Councillor Withey.
Thank you, Your Worship, and sorry I've been so mouthy this morning. A couple of quick questions, Julie, if I may. You mentioned the financial services. I'm looking at the budget deviations for COVID-19. So the number here for our September actuals is 10,320. So that's less than our budget of 27. So we're am I reading this right? We're short 17 grand on what we offered as savings by not collecting over those. We extended the period. Is that what the numbers are there?
So through your worship, COVID-19 expenses are just direct, like equipment, materials, that sort of thing that we purchased for that directly relate to COVID. So we wanted to keep track of those expenses separately. So those amounts were not budgeted for in the past. Obviously we didn't anticipate at the beginning. So we're expecting at the end of the year that we're going to be spending about $27,000 on the.
I think I'm. So what the number I was looking for, you mentioned in your report that we had a significant drop in revenue from interest, et cetera, and then we deferred all those interests. That's the number I'm looking for.
Okay.
What was that number?
So for what we're anticipating for 2020 is to be under budget by $105,000 in that line item.
So $105,000 was what we didn't charge by giving the break because of COVID. Interesting. Okay, thank you. And if I may, under development services, short-term rental accommodations licensing, we're way under what was anticipated there. Is there a reason for that?
Through your worship, I believe it was because it was a delay in the program because of COVID.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Julie, I just have a couple. The Operation Protective Services, does that take in the Williamsport Road project? Have we factored that cost into this number?
So that hasn't been factored into that number, and we'll be bringing that forward in Q3.
Okay, so, and does, and have we done the streetscape contribution within that number? For 2020
So the budgeted streetscape contribution is included in that.
is included. So, but Williamsport would indeed wipe out that surplus. As a matter of fact, Williamsport could indeed wipe out any surplus we have this year. Would that be correct?
If we use it from our operating funds, then it would wipe it out.
Okay, thank you for that. Good report, I appreciate it. We are moving on to the draft 2021 capital budget. Reva, welcome.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I do have a slideshow that I'm going to share.
Sorry, Reva, my apologies. I have to read the motion. Sorry. Moved by Councillor Withey, seconded by Councillor Stone. It is recommended that the draft 2021 capital budget projects and departmental reserve contributions as presented in Schedule B and C of Report Corp 2020-41 be approved to be included in the town draft 2021 consolidated budget. And further, that the draft of the 2022 capital budget projects and departmental reserve contributions as presented in Schedules B, 1, and C of Report Corp 2020-41 be approved in principle to be included in the town draft 2022 consolidated budget. Now the floor is yours.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to attempt to share my PowerPoint presentation here. Can everybody see this PowerPoint?
Yep.
Okay, and I'm gonna move this over. All right. Okay, so when we look at the capital budget, I think it's really important to note that we're really looking at two different aspects. So the first is the capital project plan, or the capital expenses for a year. And the second is the capital contribution plan. So that's the capital levy. These are two very separate and distinct pieces and do not necessarily correlate to one another in any one given year. Over a period of time, though, a correlation does exist. So future capital project costs or replacement costs are used to determine the total annual funding requirements, which is ultimately what we should be levying each year in order to ensure that we have the funds saved when the time comes to complete those projects. At this point, the town is levying significantly less than our annual funding requirements for the existing assets that we have, which means that there is a funding gap. So I'll get into this gap a little bit later though. So I'd like to reiterate that the projects in a given year do not necessarily drive what the contributions will be for that year, nor do the contributions dictate what the projects will be. So essentially what happens right now is that we levy capital contributions each year that go into departmental capital reserves. So this is basically like a savings account for each department that's used specifically for capital projects. The capital projects are funded through these capital reserves. So the capital levy doesn't specifically relate to the capital projects in that year. It's just what we're saving to put towards replacing capital assets that at some point in the future will need to be replaced. If we were to levy only for the specific projects in a given year, then we're not saving anything to fund future projects that we know will need to be done in the future. So a little bit about this year's process. So in July of 2020, Council approved the town's Capital Asset Management Plan, or AMP for short. There were many steps involved in completing this plan. So one of which was compiling an inventory of all of the town's capital assets. So this inventory included not only components of buildings and buildings themselves, but equipment, land improvement, fleet, just to name a few. So staff, with the help of consultants in some cases, not only took an inventory of the assets, but also completed an assessment of the asset conditions. So Yet another step in this process included determining a risk framework for each type of asset. I'm going to explain a little bit more about the risk framework and how that works. So these risk frameworks include metrics related both to the probability of asset failure and to the consequences of that asset failing. For example, the risk framework for bridges include probability of failure metrics tied to the asset condition and the service life remaining on that asset. The consequences of failure, those metrics are tied to the replacement cost of the asset and the annual average daily traffic, which is determined using the bridge needs study. So essentially, the risk level of the asset is determined based on all four of these values, which in many cases aren't weighted equally. So generally speaking, the lower the values, so for example, the worse the condition, the higher the risk. So each type of asset has a different risk framework, which were developed both by staff in consultation or with the help of our consultants. So all of this information, including the inventory list, which includes the condition assessment, risk ratings, both historical and replacement costs, anticipated replacement dates, all of that information is kept in the town's citywide database. So this information in 2020 was exported and reviewed in detail by each department. The information reviewed by the departments included not just the risk rating for each individual asset, but they looked at the replacement costs and the replacement dates and all of that. So although each line item was reviewed, an emphasis was put on ensuring that those riskier assets were dealt with first. So the anticipated replacement dates were used to determine the projects over the next 5 years, which has been provided in the report. And all the replacement costs, again, were reviewed by staff to ensure that the project estimates, the costing estimates, were as up to date as possible. So those projects specifically identified by staff as needing replacement in 2020 have been included in the 2020 capital project plan, which we will go through in detail a little bit later. So this is the first part of the capital budget, the capital project plan. So a preliminary 2022 capital plan has also been prepared for approval in principle. So this project plan does have some placeholder projects, and it's entirely anticipated that, that this plan will be refined throughout 2021 as more information becomes available. A revised 2022 capital project plan will be brought forward next year, again for approval. So the second piece of the capital budget is the capital contribution plan. So each asset that's set for replacement at some point in the future has an estimated replacement cost associated with it. This, along with the estimated useful life of an asset, is used to determine the annual amount that we should be saving in order to ensure that we have the necessary funds available when we need to replace that asset in the future. So according to the AMP, the Asset Management Plan, this annual requirement for our assets that we have in our inventory listing is approximately $10 million. In 2020, the amount that we actually levied for capital was just over 4.35 million. So this means that there's actually an annual funding deficit or funding gap between the annual requirements that we would need to maintain the existing infrastructure and what we're actually levying. So this funding gap is about $5.65 million. And that was kind of at the end of 2019 when our AMP, kind of the date of our AMP. The financial strategies in the AMP recommended an annual increase to the capital levy in order to gradually close this funding gap over a 20-year period, and that was to begin in 2020. So for 2021, the funding gap for each department was calculated based on the difference between the annual capital levy for the department, so what we've actually been levying, and the annual requirement for that department based on the information that we have in our database. So this difference was divided by 19 years because 2020 is already elapsed. So this was determined to be the optimal increase for that department for the capital levy each year. This exercise was done for every department, with the exception of roads. So we've included the mandated $400,000 increase to roads capital. And fleet was the other one. So we applied $155,000 increase to fleet again this year, which was also done in 2020. So the fleet reserve at this point is, and I don't think it's any surprise to anybody, the fleet reserve is severely underfunded. So the larger increase, which was the rationale in 2020 as well, the larger increase is recommended to be applied in order to bring this fleet reserve out of a deficit position. So the total recommended increase for 2021 is approximately $625,000, which will bring the total levy for capital to about $4.98 million. This means that there's still a substantial annual funding gap, but over time, as we gradually increase the capital levy, this funding gap will decrease. So now I'd like to go through each of the departmental capital project plans for 2021. So I'm going to ask that the specific managers and or directors kind of give it an overview of the projects for 2021. So up first is fleet.
Thank you, Reva. Thanks for that. Going through the fleet, start with the steamer. That's replacing a 1977 steamer that is no longer going to be in service. The plow truck, the Freightliner, that was already approved earlier this year. The 3/4 ton pickup, that was brought over from last year due to COVID. We canceled that, so we're bringing it back this year. The auto greasers at 30,000, that's to help with our fleet. That was in there last year too. Then you'll see, I believe there's 4 pickups in there, and the bylaw car to be replaced. And the attachment for the tractor, that's another mower to use that tractor that we bought with the blower last year, to use it all year round so that we can be cutting grass with it too in the summertime. Any questions with that part?
I think, Kevin, let's go right through your whole part for questions, because I can't see council when we're screen sharing. So let's keep going at least through your department.
Okay.
The next step is the public works.
Under public works, the Medill yard, we put 25,000 in there for general maintenance. We're hoping to put some heat in one of the outbuildings so we can utilize it all year round, and $100,000 to do an assessment of the building and look at building a new building in the future. Next slide, Reeve. And then the capital. It's our contributions towards some capital projects, the Main Street streetscape, and the Kent Park are in there. I think we just want to do the road stuff first, Reva.
Can we just stop sharing for a second, Reva, and then see if there's any questions on the roads? Thank you. Are there any questions on the capital roads projects and fleet that we've gone through so far, Council? Councillor Withey.
Thank you, Worship. Can you go, the Medill screen we just saw had 25,000 in building improvements and 100,000 in consulting? Did I read that right?
Kevin?
Yeah. Yes, through you, Mayor Terziano. We're looking at the yard shows up as one of our assets that needs to be addressed to the building itself and the facility. So we're looking at putting 100,000 there to have a consultant come in and see what we need for a new yard.
That looks like that's just a placeholder, obviously. I mean, that seems, just first blush, that seems like a lot of money for a consultant to talk about what you need in a yard. I'm sorry, but maybe I don't understand it, but that's a big number.
We're talking the whole facility. from the offices to change rooms to the mechanics bays. We're looking at everything getting redone.
If you look ahead to 2022, you'll see a $4 million replacement for down there. So in light of that placeholder number, it's probably not that high. Reva, did I see your hand up to answer part of that before we go on?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. So in speaking to Director Hernan about it, I know that the 100,000 was both consulting work to figure out kind of the needs and what's necessary kind of at Medill, but also would include any design work that might be necessary. So I know that he had put the 100,000 in there to include both the design work and the consultants. And I think it's important to note too that although the project cost is put in at 100,000, if the actual cost comes in at less than that, it just means that that money stays in the reserve. It's not that it's going to necessarily be spent elsewhere. It's just, we just wouldn't take it out of the reserve to cover those costs.
Councillor Fitzgerald?
Thank you, Your Worship. In light of consideration, the Medill Yard and possible district involvement there with a transfer site, I wonder if any thought has been given to that. We're always stressed to do this, look at some cost sharing and sharing of buildings and that kind of thing. It seems to be down the road a few years, so there's time to plan still. I wonder if there's any opportunities there to be had with shared facilities with the district. That's all.
Kevin?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Turiziano. We can talk to them and see if there's anything we can share on. We have been talking to them about doing something with the wells, with the one well being more on the property they're using. Their site going to be a land transfer station, and ours obviously for the whole yard for everything there, but we will talk to the district and see if there's anything we can share on with those two projects.
Councillor Thompson.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I would doubt there would be a lot, because it's going to be an entirely, the transfer station will be an entirely different area. Well, it's obviously in the Medill Yard area, the Medill property area, but it's going to be an entirely different operation and access point as well off Medill Road. So I doubt if there'd be a lot of opportunities there to do any cost sharing, but as Kevin said, we'd certainly look at that. And the other point I wanted to make, of course, and I think we've already pointed it out, was that the $100,000 is not just only for a consultant, but also for design work as well. So that's what I wanted to say, Your Worship. Thank you.
Great. Are there any other questions on this portion? If not, we'll get Reva to share the screen and we'll move on to Parks and Trails.
Okay. Thank you, Your Worship. So I'm going to go through the cemeteries and parks capital projects. Colleen was very nice to give me some descriptions of the project. So the cemetery fencing at Hutchison, I think that's relatively straightforward. It's fencing at the Hutchison Cemetery. Okay, so for parks and trails, the Long Links launch. So this is for removing the change house. So it looks like it's been used inappropriately and it's very dated. So another piece of that project would be removing the stairs that lead to the water and installing a smooth switchback to improve accessibility. And also adding fresh sand to the beach surface to improve the user experience and improve the approach to the dock. So the Irene Street Playground. So per Colleen's notes, it says that it was poorly installed and has shifted. So it's a better investment to replace it than repair it because of pricing. The Meadow Park paving. Sorry, please just bear with me. I'm going through the notes. So This is, it should have been paved when the tennis courts were done, but funds were not allocated for that portion of the project. So the current condition is cracked, heave, and it's a trip hazard. So the Ferry Vista Trail, so that it's repaving the heaved and damaged sections and improving the cross path drainage. So the skateboard park, kind of per the notes that I have, it's not a full replacement of the park, which will be a much bigger project. So the 80,000 is required because there's some upheaval in the far west corner. The Clark Crescent tennis courts. So I guess there's been some will of the area councillors to make one of the courts into a basketball court, which would cover the cost of this. However, public consultation will be needed before the courts are decommissioned. And so that kind of relates to that. Let's see here, the parts equipment replacement. So that's various things, including, you know, picnic tables and the garbage bins and all of that at various parks around town. Macaulay Robertson washroom. So that's new fixtures for the washroom, partitions, a ceiling repair, and upgrading switches for electrical. The Port Sydney Beach. This was, per Colleen's notes, it says the internal structure of the dock appears to be rotten, so they need to replace it. And the South Portage dock is unstable at the shore and requires some solid anchoring. It includes a permanent solid footing for that specific dock structure. So I guess with that one, if there are any specific questions with that, I'm going to need to, I guess, bring back more information and when Colleen and or Director Hernan are available. So with that, I will move on to fire.
Just a second, I think I saw a question. Deputy Mayor Alcock, did you have a question?
Yes, Your Worship, thank you. If Reba's going back to get more information, it was around, I know it's not a lot of money, but the Meadow Park paving, as I recall, we spent a lot of money on doing the tennis courts, and there was a lot of discussion around, you know, what we needed to do around the cracks in the paving and whether or not that was the best approach. So I'm just wondering if that decision was made. Maybe I missed it. So maybe a little more information on the alternatives to that 12,000. And I guess with the Clark Crescent tennis court, the 25,000 is just a placeholder, because did we actually make the decision about how and what we wanted to do there? So maybe a little more information on that. And I did have a question about the Port Sydney Beach, but that's okay. I think that those were the two areas. A little more information would be really helpful.
Councillor Weed?
Thank you, Worship. I'm got a concern about the Irene Street Park. If some of the stabilization is off and it's heaved, I'm trying to find the logic in replacing it, or at least what would happen with the equipment that's being pulled out. Surely we've got another park, because the equipment seems fine. It's it sounds like the footings and how it was stabilized or how it was pinned to the ground seems to have failed in some respect. But if it's my understanding that the equipment itself is all fine. So would we have a reallocation of that equipment to another park, or how would that roll out? And then my second question, I guess, would be further to maybe Councillor Alcock's question, which was, if we're getting more information back, I'd love to know how some of these more construction-related issues are being priced or bid on, or how that's going, because I'm not. It doesn't all add up for me. So I'd love more information. Thanks.
Julia?
Thank you. I just want to respond to a couple things just before we have our questions. So with the playground safety surface, so she is looking at getting a different surface put in there so that it's not just replacing with the same that she had before. And her indication too on the structure is that it's been shifted. So there may be some structural issues with it. I know they inspect it all the time. So if there are any issues with it, we wouldn't be able to reallocate it to a different park. Because then it would fail that inspection. So I know that's something that should be looking at. In terms of the pricing for everything, these are management's best estimates. When we go out for pricing, they would be based on, depending on the dollar amount, we'd be going either looking at 3 quotes or going out for RFP for them. So these are amounts that we're estimating, but definitely when we actually go through the procurement process, we'll be getting firmer numbers. Just with regards to the port, so I'm trying to remember Councillor Alcock's or Deputy Mayor Alcock's question, but with the tennis courts at Spring Creek Lane, those will be coming back. So we have to do a public consultation on that. So that definitely would be coming back before council, before any decisions made on that. And also, I think the 25,000 was a placeholder for decommissioning it. So once we decide what is being done with that, then it would be, we'd be bringing that pricing back to council for consideration. And I just want to make sure, was there one more question? Was it the Port Sydney Beach? The notes that I had here was to regrade the beach, improve the turf areas, add granular to the parking areas, as well as the accessible walkway, looking at the trees that are there because there's some unhealthy trees that are there that need to be dealt with, and replanting proper trees there. I know in talking to Colleen, she said that with the increase in tourism this summer with COVID, that beach has taken a big beating. So I think that's why she's looking at that one this year.
Councillor Schumacher.
Yeah, with reference to the Clark Crescent or Spring Creek tennis courts, I know the feedback I've been getting is not necessarily needing 2, but maybe having one as a multi-use court and the other as a tennis court. So again, I don't know if it's looking at completely decommissioning it, but how do we create an opportunity, because the basketball court is used quite frequently down at the community center. So they're looking at a spill-off option for kids, for things for them to do. And yeah, it's just a lot of the feedback I've gotten is multi-use. So we'd like public consultation in that area to see what else.
So Deputy Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Julia, for that information. That was very helpful. Just I'm assuming when you do look at the Clark Crescent that the multi-use idea and including pickleball, for example, it's really popular. So that would seem to be part of the public consultation, and that answered that question around what that placeholder looks like. So for decommissioning, that makes a whole lot of sense. I still wouldn't mind a little more information around the Meadow Park. I know it's not a lot of money, but I just I can't remember where we left off on that walkway and whether paving was the right solution. It's not a biggie. A little more information on that would have been good.
I agree on the Meadow Park. We actually cut something out of that project, and I don't think staff want us to cut it. I just feel like maybe it's being slid back in here because we cut it. So I'd like more information on that one as well. I'd like more information on the Ferry Vista Trail. The Irene Street Playground is a very important playground in a neighborhood that doesn't have a lot. So whatever we do to address that, it can't consist of just taking the park out, in my opinion. And the Port Sydney Beach, we should see a little bit more of a plan for that one. And I'm just going to go back while Kevin's still here to roads. As far as sidewalk goes, $90,000 as a placeholder is fine, except I'd like to see the plan for sidewalks because I'm starting to be concerned that we're not spending enough on sidewalks. And if that's not enough to do some of the areas that need to get done, then we need to revisit that one. And I want to make sure that we have some sidewalk work being done that's a bit more significant than what I've seen so far. So whether that number has to come up or not, I don't know, but I'd like to see the sidewalk plan at least. Julia?
I just want to add to that, we don't, Public Works is still working on the actual roads that are going to be put forward for 2021. So when we have that, when they've done that work and they do know the roads, we'll be bringing that back as well.
Yeah. Okay. I think we're to fire. Rita, fire?
Thank you, Your Worship, and I apologize. I got kicked out of Zoom there for a minute. Okay, so I'm going to share my screen and I will turn it over to our fire chief.
Okay, thanks for inviting me here, and we'll start going through our capital list here. So the first item there is fire small tools and equipment. And what that is, that's an account that a project that accounts for replacing or a variety of equipment. There's a whole list of small equipment. The reason that we're not specific as far as which items will be replaced is that a lot of the time we're dealing with something that gets damaged or destroyed or broken in the course of an emergency. So what we've always done is we've had this list of items that could possibly be replaced, and we work from that list. And we've been pretty, over the years, reasonably accurate with that number. That, we do get from time to time something extraordinary happens where that doesn't cover what we need, but historically that's been a correct amount. The next item is a pumper truck. That's to replace a 2001 pumper truck at Station 1. Clothing and safety equipment. We have, as you can imagine, a large inventory of firefighter protective gear. That has a shelf life of 10 years. Most of the time we're able to get the full 10 years out. And so what we're doing is scheduling the replacement of the clothing and equipment that is approaching that 10-year limit. So that's that amount. Radios and pagers, again, that's the communication equipment for the firefighters for on the fire ground radios, as well as the notification pagers. The training facility, that's a multi-year project that we've been working on. That's the training site at Port Sydney at Station 3. So next year we are scheduled to add a few more props and I believe a water source is one of the big things for that next year's project, to improve the water source, the firefighting water source there. So again, that's scheduled over a number of years. The fire administration vehicle, that is to replace the training truck that we had up until last year. We had one that, a truck that broke, needed significant repairs and was taken away and was not replaced. We've been sort of shuffling back and forth using public works vehicles for 2019 and this year. So this project would be to replace that training truck with a pickup truck, which would be partly used as an administrative vehicle and also would be used for emergency responses. The air handler that's referenced there is actually a compressor. That's for our air fill station at Station 1 for refilling breathing air bottles. Last year, we switched over to a different type of breathing air cylinder. We went to a larger capacity cylinder, a higher pressure cylinder. We believed that our air fill station would handle refilling those cylinders. And we found that while it will refill the cylinders, it's doing it very slowly and it makes it quite inefficient. So what we're proposing to do is to not replace the whole fill station, but upgrade the compressor, the air compressor that actually provides the air to fill that. And that'll get us significantly more efficient operations when it comes to refilling bottles. And also will extend the life of that breathing air station. You know, it should be good well into the foreseeable future. Fire hose, that's just typical replacement. We do lose a number of lengths of hose every year. So it also has to pass pressure testing and inspection. So this is allowing to replace the hose that either has failed during the year or doesn't make it through its inspection. And finally, the fire station 1, that project, the last one, that is for a few repairs as well as renovations to station 1 that we've been that have been kind of dragging along. And we hope to finish those next year. That includes construction of 1 new office within the station.
Okay, thank you, Chief, for that. We'll stop sharing for a minute, Reva, and then we'll go to questions. Great, thank you. Questions of the Chief? Councillor Wiebe.
Thank you, Worship. Thanks for that. The air compressor that you're going to be replacing, is that something that's used in the field to replace air on the go for the firefighters, or is it just something that's in the shop?
Well, it's in the shop, but if we were on a significant incident where we're using a lot of cylinders, we shuttle those cylinders back to the station. And so in that case, that's when time is of the essence, when we really need to be able to fill those quickly. And the other thing is, quite often what happens is we don't go through our full inventory at a call, but then we have firefighters that need to stay at the station after the call until all of those cylinders are full. And with the compressor the way it is, it's just taking takes too long.
Councillor Withey.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thanks, Chief. Quick question. You mentioned when you looked at the $31,000 figure for small tools, et cetera, and you mentioned that the budget was pretty much spot on. Is that therefore an annual number that's been in there for a while and you expect it to be there every single year? Like we run through $31,000 every year in small tools and stuff?
That's the way it has been historically. And sorry, I'm obviously going by what I'm told has happened in the past.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Sorry, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I was going to say that at the beginning. I know I'm not trying to pin you on what's gone on before. I'm sorry about that, but yeah, sorry, carry on.
Yeah, so my understanding is that number has been there for some time. We adjust it upwards every year a little bit, but that we've been pretty close on that amount for what we need to replace.
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to Rob. Rob, I know the director of operations and so on and so forth, our former chief, talked about a fire hall replacement at some point, and I'm just wondering if that's in the works and where things might be with regards to that. Is that something that we should be looking at, or something that you're thinking about or planning for?
Yes, we have, and again, I'm still sort of finding my way around all of these issues, but I understand that there are some issues here, and I have seen some issues here at Station 1 regarding a lot to do with sharing some space with the pipe factory next door, and there are some issues around that. Also, that we were looking at a somewhat different location that would be better suited for Station 1, and that's something that we would like to look at in the future. We have, not to jump ahead to next year's budget, but we have scheduled for next year a fire master plan and study and review, and we think that out of that we'll see some recommendations as far as whether there are better locations for Fire Station 1. So we will be looking at it, but again, I haven't got my head around all of the details on it just yet, but I know that it is something that is somewhat on the horizon.
That's it. Okay, we'll continue on. Thanks again, Chief, for doing that. We'll go to MHP, Reva.
Thank
Sorry,
you.
I was muted.
I'm speaking in regards to the Muskoka Heritage Place. So our rail equipment rolling, that is the replacement of locomotive 1. This is the item, it's our locomotive that we're not currently using. It needs to be refurbished. We know the importance of the train with this attraction. It is currently our backup that we need to be refurbished, but what we're looking for is a grant to be able to help us do that, to meet this requirement of $80,000. So we keep bringing it back to capital and trying to find these, the grant that might fit it. MHP, the train station roof, certainly needs to be looked after. Ron has done his best to band-aid it together and keep things rolling along, but that is an item that needs to be addressed in 2021.
Let's go through all of recreation and then we'll break again. Sorry.
The theater change room and hallways. So this was, we went out to get an actual price on this, current actual price. We brought this back at $25,000. This is the theater change room floors and the hallway for the theater, the back end area and the kitchen. It definitely needs to be done. The rest of the theater looks beautiful. Just the floor is very worn in a number of spots. The floor isn't going anywhere. There is cement underneath it. We just have some worn. It's really just about finishing this up. It's on capital and we could fit that in timing wise, we thought in the beginning of 2021. So it didn't inconvenience any of our renters, our performances, or any of the programs that we get up and running in the new year. So we were hoping to be able to move forward on that project in a timely fashion. That's that one, Reba. The scoreboard, the air handling unit, both items that need to be done. It was postponed previously, so we brought it back. Both of these items need to be addressed. Also, the motivations floor, we've got a current and realistic price on this. And this is here to, once we figure out what we're going to do with that space. So staff is looking at brainstorming some ideas of what we might do with that space, or, you know, we'll see what the, what out in the community is looking for. But if it's ours to use, then we need to know what this cost is going to be able to replace this floor. The old floor that's in there is damaged due to some leakage, and with motivations moving out, their heavy equipment on it. So I'm not sure if I have the year right, but I think Pete said it was laid down in 1987. So it doesn't owe us anything, but it will need to be replaced if it's not a tenant moving in there, if it's us using that space. Am I the next one too, Reba? This one is various equipment, accessible adult change table, the lane rope cart, the mobile whiteboard. This equipment we just replaced when it is needing replacement. If it's not needing or not broken, then we postpone it each year. But these three items actually need to be replaced currently. They are broken. I think.
Okay.
And that is
going back to starting with MHP and everything since. Questions? Oh my gosh, we took a break and there's no questions. I'll have one then, Simone. We talked when we did a review of this earlier about the train station roof. I noticed the big building actually has a tin roof. It looks very new. So is this actually where the train loads people? Is it that roof we're talking about, or?
Yes, I believe it is.
Okay. So that's a shingled roof.
Yeah. And honestly, Ron does do his best to keep things together and not leaking as much as he can.
Councillor Weeb.
Thank you, Worship. So, Simone, would that mean that they're going to just replace like for like, remove the shingles and put new shingles on?
I do believe that from this quote, yes.
Okay.
Okay. Thanks, Simone. I guess you got off easy. Of course, it was a short list. IT.
So I think actually the next one is the governance or the council chambers.
Thank you, Mayor Terziano. So the furniture itself is for new chairs for council and staff and the press area. That is the 16,000. The 11,664 is upgrades to the current audiovisual system. And unfortunately, I can't speak a lot about that because that staff member is not here at the moment.
Okay. Questions? Be able to see everyone. So. There. Questions? Councillor Withey.
Thank you, Worship. I don't really have a comment on what's in there. I do sort of, I do want to ask about, it has been contemplated in the past that we put something in council chambers that would negate your TV having to come up and set up cameras like they have in other chambers, such as Bracebridge, for example. I think that would not only help us with a lot of issues we have around your TV coming in and out, especially when we have to stop a meeting to go into closed session, et cetera, and result in some more accessibility for the public to things that we're doing. So I seem to recall there was a price tag for that kind of thing at around, I think it was 25K. I could be way off, but I would certainly like to consider that improvement to chambers to have this this set up for those reasons. Thanks.
And I know the clerks have asked about us going to webcasting, and I noticed the note says this doesn't include webcasting, but I think the audio visual portion, we should take that up a notch to the webcasting, add that into it, and make sure we have the staff person available before we do our final budget approvals to walk us through what those audio visual improvements will be. Is that fair, Tanya?
Absolutely.
Okay. And I will make the comment that I'm not sure right now that the furniture in the council chambers is a high priority. I will put that out there. I'm sitting in a chair right now. I'm not comfortable, but I don't think it's the chair. Okay, well, now we'll go to IT.
Yeah, next up is IT. So I will share my screen again and pass it over to, I believe Joel is here.
I am. Okay, so the first one, oh, this is gonna be fun. Your one is in the opposite order of my one. Okay, so the first one is system software. That's just basically finalizing some payments that we made for some large purchases several years ago that were across a payment plan for some capital purchases. Most of our software is not on capital replacement anymore. So that's kind of just the tailing end of that one. The printers and copiers, that is just replacing some of our printers, some of our copiers, and some of that is a carryover from this year. That stuff just wasn't able to get done due to COVID and times around that. But those are all basically on a set schedule. We don't keep them too long. Most of those machines have moved to a 5-year contract. And the issue that we have is when that contract is up, the price that we pay for those copies goes through the roof to such a level that normally it actually makes more sense to replace the unit than to pay those higher fees. Audio visual is just televisions, which are mostly used around the building. In the case of the televisions in my budget are used in offices and meeting rooms for meetings. And quite a bit of that, $1,600 of that amount is actually carried forward from this year because those televisions have not broken and we don't generally replace them unless there's a need to. So those monies are just moved forward. Monitors, obviously, we're just replacing monitors. We have a fairly long life for those, and we just kind of replace them as needed, either if they die or if they get incredibly old, and the standard of which, if we happen to have a bunch of 15-inch monitors still kicking around on people's desks, it's obviously a lot more productive to give them a larger, more up-to-date one. Battery backup is the batteries we use to keep our hardware running. It's very small this year. We just did our main replacement last year. Networking, just a couple small networking units around. We like to replace those on our fixed schedule because obviously if they go down, that can cause a lot of problems for us. The storage is actually storage we use for storing our backups, which is getting larger all the time, and it is up again. And obviously that is something we don't like to put off. Once the warranty on those equipments run out, we do not want to have to deal with that in a panic situation and not have backups. The communication cellular, it would be all of the smartphones and cell phones across the organization. We have moved to a 2-year cycle for those under our new plan, which happened, I believe, a couple of years ago. And so if you look across in some of the documents where it shows the 10-year, you'll actually see it basically just alternates between the 2 years. We have a rather large year and then we have a smaller year, and we go back and forth with that. We do pay slightly more for our phones now than we used to, but that has been more than offset by massive cost reductions in our new contract for what we pay in our ongoing fees for that. But because of that reduction, they do charge us a little more for that. End user computing is basically all laptops, desktops that exist in the corporation. So anything that an end user is using. And then scanners is pretty much, I'm just looking on my notes here. Scanners is mostly a carryover from this year. It involves 2 items. It involves the large format scanner, which is used in the building department and by some other people in the organization, which is now 11 years old. It was scheduled to replace this year. It's not currently showing any problems, but it is certainly up for its time. And there may be, we're going to look at some needs, what the future needs for that are. Do we need to continue doing the same kind of thing or something different? And then there's also several small desktop scanners that we use around the organization. Those are mostly used by individuals who do a lot of digitization. The amount that we do that has gone up significantly, obviously, over the last year. And so we're looking at, those are now 10 years old. We've gotten fairly good life out of them because when we originally got them, our volumes were not so high, but our volume has definitely increased a fair bit recently. And also, with some of those scanners, they allow us to do some specialized scanning that something like a photocopier would not allow. And because of that, if we didn't have that ability in-house, we would be looking at sending more stuff out to get done by a contracting firm. So there's probably some cost savings in there in having those internally and being able to do that in a more timely fashion and obviously without contracted services. So with that, I will open up to questions.
Questions on IT? Councillor Weed.
Thank you, Worship. I would just make a comment saying that I hope that, and I know you do, with all the decisions made, that reduce your amount of electronic waste and recycling is kind of a priority. The second part of that is make the case for me that staff or that the cell phones should be rotated every 2 years, because it seems like that seems like a fast rotation. And I know that I've heard so many times in other businesses where people are forced to take a new phone and they struggle for a month or so trying to get reaccustomed to something that they had just figured out, and then they get switched again. So anyway, make the case for me.
So I would say that's in a little bit of a flux at the current moment. In the past, with a lot of the phones that we had, in an effort to save money, we had bought some mid-market phones. And I would say overall that test didn't work out so well. They barely made it through the 2 years at all before they were in serious need of replacement. We have now changed that. We are now buying, not expensive phones, but good, solid name brand phones. And so we'll see how that goes. We definitely don't replace them just because 2 years is the point of time at which we are eligible to replace them without incurring additional fees. But we definitely don't do that just because. That's normally based on the largest problem we see would be battery life in them, to where they get to the point that that's gone down. I'm hoping we can maybe get a little more out of them this year, but we'll have to see how that goes. That's still a little bit off. The vast majority is actually at the end of the year that it will be up. So we would be looking at October, November. So we're still quite a ways off before we're going to know how well we're kind of doing on that. But we definitely push the stuff whenever we can. Obviously, there's no, the warranty on that stuff is only 1 year. So we're past warranty anyway. We're just dealing with if it needs to be replaced, we replace it, if that answers your question.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none. Thanks, Joel. Reva, back to you.
Thank you, Your Worship. So moving on to the library, and I believe Julia is going to speak to these projects.
Thank you. So with the library, we've separated out into two separate sheets. So the first one is more the library operations, and the second is the library building. So the first one is generally what we would see in any given year, the amounts allocated for certain types of materials. We did make a small change to this one where I believe it was about $26,000 was taken out of capital for items that were more subscriptions, and so that's been put over to the operating budget. So that's really the only change with these amounts. The next is the library building, and this is all information that was provided in the last library report that was brought forward. So this is the work that is anticipated to be done in 2021.
Okay, questions on library? None? I still have a big question mark on the exterior walls at 90,000. I know we did the piece where it leaked, but until we have confirmation that the rest of the building is at risk to leak, I just wonder about digging it out. So just a question. And no answer. Okay, so that is, go ahead, Julia.
I don't know the answer to that, but I'll take that back to Pete and David so that they can respond to that.
Okay, appreciate that. Okay, that's the end of 2021. And I don't know whether we want to go through 2022 in that same kind of detail, because we're looking at these projects in principle, and I'm sure a lot will change in the next year. The idea is to have a 2-year budget, and I think it's good to look at those numbers, but I don't know if we want to go through project by project. I guess I will ask council what they think there, or Reva or Julia, were your plans that we should be doing them piece by piece? Reva?
So I think the intention for today was to go through 2021 in detail and explain, why those are priority projects for 2021. For 2022, as I said earlier in the presentation, I think there are quite a few placeholders because there's so much unknown information at this point. So again, it is just in principle, and we are fully anticipating that those projects will likely change throughout the year as we get more information. So it's just kind of it's an in principle document at this point. We will bring back a more detailed plan in the fall of 2021 for approval for the 2022 budget.
Okay. I just want to make one comment on 22 though, is it concerns me right off the bat when the operations department is planning to spend $9 million. So that's a big number for one department. We do have a few more departments in the town, so that's concerning. And just one other thing, you guys were going to try to get on these sheets of paper what our reserve balances were for each department, so that as opposed to just seeing what we're putting in each year in the expenditures, we see what our balances are. Can we get that on there going forward, do you think, or Reva?
Yeah, so included in the report, and I'm just kind of going to open the report right now. There was one of the attachments was a capital reserve summary. And let me just see, I'll see if I can pull it up here.
Schedule D of the report was the reserve summaries that has the opening and the closing balances. So that's on, I believe it's on page 40 of the report.
Okay. I'll look for that. Thanks. Okay, Reva, did you, is there still more to go through on this then? Or is that the end of what we're doing today?
That's all I had for today.
Okay, so general questions, Councillor Weed.
Thank you, Worship. I'm just wondering if some of the questions that came up seem to revolve around some of the bigger construction items. And I'm just wondering, like the mayor just mentioned the exterior walls, if when we're retrieving more information for some of them, if at all possible to get some photos included to share with us, just so we have a little bit better of a sense for it. Whether it be, how worn floors really are and how bad things are heaving. It would be nice to see some visuals on some of them, because it's tough to get to all these spots to look at them ourselves, and more information the better. So that would be my comment.
Deputy Mayor Alcock.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. One other question, I was just looking at 2022 under economic development, and it had welcome signs and not a whole lot that was allocated to the reserve for that. And I just wonder what happened to the whole signage project. At some point, weren't we investing a bit more than, I don't know, 13,000 in signage? And maybe, did I miss it? Maybe I missed it. So I'm just putting that out there as an information request.
Julia?
So the signage is actually just for existing signs. So those were never on capital plans before. So there's the big sign on Center Street. There's also the signs where on the 3 entrances into town. So that's to plan for the replacement of those. The actual wayfinding project is with Scott Oval right now, and I believe that's coming back.
Okay. All right, Council, if you remember the resolution. So we're basically approving the capital projects to be put into the overall budget. And so all of that will be coming back. So all in favor? And that carries. Thanks, Reva and Julia. Big report. Getting near the end. CAO Corey has a report on standing together against racism request, and I have a resolution moved by Councillor Alcock, seconded by Councillor Fitzgerald. It is recommended that committee support the recommendations contained within Schedule B of Report CAO 2020-22. Madam CAO.
Thank you, Your Worship. So the report is very detailed, but just to summarize, we did receive correspondence from the organization Standing Together Against Racism, also known as STAR, a few months back. And over the past couple months, the mayor, the deputy mayor, and I have had the pleasure of meeting with some representatives from this organization to talk about the wants that were, or the requests that were identified within their letter. And over the past few months, I've worked with staff to see if we are able to accommodate those requests and what the recommendations would be moving forward. So attached to my report, I do have a schedule that outlines the request from STAR, the actions that we discussed at the initial meeting, the status update that was provided at the subsequent meeting, as well as follow-up recommendations for committee to consider after my discussions with staff regarding the items that were identified. So I'd be happy to answer any questions, and I'm sure that the mayor and deputy mayor would also be happy to chime in if there's any additional comments. Thank you.
Questions from council? Okay, so yeah, I'll just echo that there's a few things we're still working on, but what we're trying to do is address anything that we feel we can. And if there's anything, we wanted to bring it forward to council to make sure that there was nothing on here that council wasn't in favor of us continuing to pursue. So seeing no questions, I will call the question. All in favor? And that carries. Okay. User fees. We have user fee schedules from, I think we can do them. We can do them all together, can't we? Do we have one resolution? Oh, hang on. I don't have a resolution. They're just for information. But so we have the user fees attached. There's many, many sheets. Assume everybody's gone through them. And if there are any questions, speak now or forever hold your peace. Okay. That was those. We are now on to Operations and Protective Services, Williamsport Road. Kevin.
Thank you, Mayor. In the report, I'm kind of giving you the report. I just wanted to share my screen, kind of go over a PowerPoint, if that's all right.
Yep, for sure.
I'm just going to go over quickly for the Williamsport for the damage we incurred. Work. This picture here is of the beaver dam. This was actually taken 2 days before by a surveyor that was in the area. Hard to tell exactly, but he estimated it to be about 20 feet high. And he just happened to be in that area 2 days before it gave out on us. It's a little video that was taken. It's not going to work. Okay, let's skip that. There we go. This was taken when we arrived there at about 8 o'clock in the morning. This is approximately the same location the beaver dam was located. You can see the area and the depth of the water it was holding back and how far back it went. Again, another picture, roughly the area and the size of the pond, the beaver pond that was being held. in another direction of the pond, trying to give you an idea of the size of the pond. So the Beaver Dam pond itself kind of looks like two ponds, roughly where it was located. Hard to get an exact measurement without a survey. We asked 7 to 10 acres. We kind of estimated to be at. Areas going from 20 feet deep, obviously right down to nothing, but for the most part, average 6 to 10 feet deep. The rough calculation, we're guessing about 26 million gallons of water came out of there roughly at one time. The road held up for quite a bit with the downgrade going towards the East River. It washed quite a bit of the ditches on either side, working its way down before the road finally did give out. A couple pictures of some of the area after the dam let go. And the road itself, and you can see how much of the road we actually did lose in that area. Again, of the road, some of the rocks that were washed down. And on the other side, some of the washout that occurred on the far side of the road. Some of the debris that got scattered around. More debris. Just a quick mention, we had just gotten these traffic lights with the efficiency monies. Came in handy. We had them out there for 2 weeks. We had it down to one lane. Saved us on renting something or having people out there. So it was good timing for them. This is on the far side. By Saturday morning, I was able to get over to the far side and see what damage I created going down towards the East River. You can see the undermining of the road. Various spots, the road was down to one lane. Here you can see obviously the damage that it did running down to the East River. The washout itself was up here. And this was all going down to the East River. Both sides of the road were affected. Washout with the water running, undermining of the road. More sections of road missing. This was Saturday as we're putting it all back together. We've got some culverts in there now. At that time there Saturday morning. You can see the two culverts in there. That's upstream, so the Beaver Dam would have been up in this area. You can kind of see how high it came along the side of the bank, the water level. This was the end of the day Saturday. We were able to open it up to one lane. October 15th, we were stabilizing the sides of the new shore put in and the new road put in. This is going down towards the East River, trying to remove the road that had been destroyed and open it back up to 2 lanes. 23rd, we've got 2 lanes opened up and we're working on restoring the ditches. Again, restoring the ditches. And we're hoping that we'll be able to have it paved, I'm gonna say early next week. We're expecting to have it paved and open back up. Well, it is open, but permanently open back up.
Okay. Just before I go to questions, I also want to add as part of this report that I've been contacted by the homeowner where the Beaver Dam was. And basically their question to us is, why don't we have a bylaw against beaver dams on private property? So that may be the second part of this conversation, but let's start with questions. Councillor Withey.
Thank you, Worship. Thanks, Kevin. I actually drove down there not long after this happened. And I recall, Your Worship, when we were on council before, we had an issue similar to this. And my question is, with all our satellite aerial photography, if we don't, I think we should have a sort of an ongoing program to monitor these things as they develop, because I mean, I had a huge beaver problem this summer at my cottage, and it was just a relentless thing. But these things, as you see in the pictures, they can hold back an enormous amounts of water, and if we could somehow, I think it would do is serve the community well, if we could, you know, have an aerial inventory of where these things are and keep our eye on them. Because when they let go, they can be hugely devastating and expensive. I don't know about a bylaw for residential places, but I think when we look at our infrastructure costs and the cost to repair these kinds of things, if we sort of, we see now the picture before of how the size of the body water was being held back by that one dam, maybe we could have gone and done some, you know, mitigation of that, put a culvert in, you know, try to keep more water moving so it doesn't come to a major point of catastrophe. Just wondering about that kind of system or program that we could possibly set up.
Kevin?
Yeah, through you, Mayor, we can look at trying to do something like that. Very hard to know where all the dams are. That one, apparently from being told, but hearsay, it's been there over 20 years. So to all of a sudden go and know it was there, it's pretty hard to come up with. Dams that occur downstream back the water up onto the road, so we get an idea, hey, something's going on, let's get in there and see what's going on. In a case like this where it's upstream, you have no real sign until unfortunately it's too late that it's there.
Paula?
Yeah, I guess other than noticing, as you showed in the aerial there, that there is this big pond that's sort of part of a system that all of a sudden the pond's getting bigger. As I said, with my experience, the beavers were damming up the culverts. The ministry kept coming in and opening them. They devised a number of different methods to sort of keep a flow going so it would stop washing out the road, because it was very expensive to come in, you know, every year, sometimes twice a year, and almost rebuild the road because the stuff upstream kept letting go. So anyway, that's just a comment. If we can see in these photos that there's this huge pond there and maybe investigate what's holding it back, then we can be sort of preemptive on this stuff where we don't end up spending tons of money on the kind of repair that you showed us in the pictures. Thanks.
Kevin, do you want to speak to what we found out so far about other municipalities that have bylaws?
Yeah, we, through you, Mayor, we did find one township that did have a bylaw with regards to beaver dams and going on to properties. Only one from a massive search that was done through Town Hall and through myself and through other people here at the yard. We could only find one that has a bylaw. We're looking at things. We're going to look at addressing something in the future. I think Denise has a little bit to talk on with that, but we're going to look at trying to get something in place to be able to get us onto private property and look at it. I don't know if Denise wants to elaborate on that.
If I could, Your Worship, just I think of a few key pieces of information that should be in front of council. So since this occurred, the dam breached, we have had some conversations with the MNRF. We've been in touch with our insurance company. I haven't sought our own legal advice, but I have gotten my hands on some previous legal opinions that have been received in other areas. So I think it's important to know that the MNRF, their primary role is certainly just to focus on the management and the protection of the species through restrictions such as hunting and trapping. It's actually the Fish and Wildlife Conservation Act that would provide for the protection of the beaver dam. So it's actually illegal to remove a beaver dam unless there is some sense that there could be damage to property or to people if it's a safety issue. And then you have to seek approval in order to remove that dam. So that was a good discussion we had with the MNRF just to clarify where the responsibility falls. From an insurance perspective, needless to say, a beaver pond or a dam is certainly natural. And in law, it's up to the claimant. So in this case, the town of Huntsville, if we were to look at seeking damage from the property owner, we would have had to prove negligence in order to do so. So for example, if it was a natural collapse that could not have been foreseen by a private property owner, then the insurance company is inclined to suggest that there'd be no negligence resulting in liability. So we had never identified that there was a problem, and therefore it would be difficult to claim liability. However, if the private property owner went in with a big backhoe, ripped the beaver dam out, which caused substantial damage, that could be another situation. But the issue lies with the fact that we as a municipality don't have the authority to enter the private property. And in order to do that, that's where the bylaw would come in. So we have just recently, as late last night, had obtained a few other copies of bylaws that have been used in other municipalities, which granted them the authority to enter the land to inspect the beaver dam. We know of a couple of dams in Huntsville that have caused substantial damage to our infrastructure. So if we had the bylaw in place, then we in turn could actually do regular inspections in those areas. And if we felt for any reason that the beaver dam might cause damage to our infrastructure, we actually could serve the private property owner with a letter advising that they have to mitigate the situation in order to ensure that damage doesn't occur. So without that bylaw, it really does sort of leave us slightly powerless because we don't have that avenue to reach out to the private property owner to deal with the issue. Now, from a legal perspective, and again, this is not a legal opinion that we have obtained, it's information that that I've been able to search out, is certainly we don't have any ability to access the land unless we do have that bylaw. And when there is substantial damage that's caused to infrastructure, if it can be proven that it's an act of God, then the municipality has limited ability to actually go after costs. However, in the piece that I received, which is an old document, it's a far stretch to think that a breach of a beaver dam is an act of God, but that again is an old legal opinion. And then there's also the other issue is the principle of nuisance, whereby somebody intentionally causes damage to property, which is you take the bulldozer out, you pull the dam out, it goes down and washes our roadway. So the legal opinion is if the bylaw's in place, you have the ability to inspect, you can serve them with a letter, then the municipality, in the event that there is future damage, might have a stronger case to mitigate the costs that are incurred by the municipality. We have looked into what other municipalities have done, and there are some municipalities who actually contract out a position such as a drainage superintendent, someone who is very knowledgeable in the area that could determine whether it looked like a dam was going to breach. And then they would do regular inspections. And if the bylaw is in place, we could then serve the property owner with a letter. So we're looking at a substantial cost for repairs of Williamsport Road, which will be reported on by the treasurer shortly, I think at the next meeting probably. But we are looking at to an upset of about $350,000. So we currently don't have the tools in place that will help us address this matter. And I would like to suggest that council give serious consideration to directing staff to prepare a bylaw to deal with this moving forward.
Thanks, Denise. I see Julia lit up for some reason. So, Julia?
I just want to echo Denise's comments as well, is that if we do have a bylaw in place, then we could do some risk management and really educate the public on this matter. So that I think that would help for future events if the public is aware of this.
Councillor Thompson?
Thank you, Your Worship. This is quite an interesting discussion for sure. I had a call from a resident who has property on a lake in Stisted, and because of a beaver dam further down the system, the water had backed up in his lake and to the point where his dock was actually underwater. So the suggestion from the constituent was, well, could a letter be sent to the owner of the property where the dam was located? And from what I'm hearing, we seem to be sort of powerless in a case like this. I'm just wondering if something like that would help. I guess if we did have a bylaw in place, then a letter could be sent to a landowner who actually has the dam that's causing problems further upstream type of thing. So anyway, just an interesting point with regards to this. But the damage that was done at Williamsport was just massive. I don't know, I know Councillor Woody says he had to look at it. I certainly did as well. just after, as well as the when the repairs were going on. And it's just astonishing the amount of damage that can be caused by something like this. It's just sort of mind-boggling to see the culverts washed 100 meters down into the bush that had been there before. Like, it was just mind-boggling, really. So anyway, good discussion, and I'm totally in favor of putting some kind of a bylaw in place, because this is a cost that we shouldn't be bearing, $350,000, through no fault of our own, really.
Councillor Withey?
Thank you. I tend to agree that we should put something in place. I would like to see it more focused on helping property owners sort of identify these issues and monitor them, then be monitoring with them and mitigating things if they can be done. And as I said, I had extensive experience with this past summer in Algonquin. Rather than a penalty type thing I mean, I know that probably has to be part of it, but I think the focus should be on, somehow getting an inventory of these places and keeping our eye on stuff and helping property owners deal with them appropriately, because there are a lot of rules around what you can and can't do. So I would be afraid if we put a bylaw in place that says you're going to be penalized if this happens, that people will just go and start ripping things out without consulting the ministry or other officials with this stuff and getting in other trouble.
Yeah, we need to look at it from every angle, but a resolution would direct staff just to do just that. I would try to put this resolution on the table, considering both Councillor Thompson and Withey indicated they'd be in favor. Moved by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Withey. It is recommended that staff be directed to investigate potential options for implementing a bylaw to prohibit, regulate, and or remediate public nuisances caused by unmaintained beaver dams. Questions? All in favor? And that carries. Obviously, staff knows that would also entail some kind of an education program for people, so that we put all the pieces together. Okay. Kevin, is there anything else that you want to report on from operations?
No, I think that was it.
Okay, thank you for that. And Simone, I'm sorry, but I picked up 2 pieces of paper at once and missed the community services. Is there anything that you would like to update committee on?
I do have a wee bit of a verbal report. Thank you, Mayor Terziano. I wanted to just touch base on the opening of our walking track here at the Canada Summit Centre. We are open. We are open by appointment only. People must pre-register and follow our strict protocols. People can call, they can email, and they can book the spot online. It is still free. What we're asking is that we are preferring our patrons to wear the masks up and to the walking track and even on it if they can. If they're not able to and have difficulty breathing, then yes, they can take it off, and that's been okayed by the health department while they are on the track. But there is no running on the track. So we're trying to make this an opportunity for folks who want to come in and do some walking. We have some set timeframes, and that is all about our traffic flow in the building. So there are some blacked out times that we cannot accommodate our walkers. So we're doing the best that we can to work everybody into that schedule. The health department has approved that we can put 50 on the track as well as have people in the bowl, in the lower bowl and on the ice. We're limiting that to between 10 and 25. And we're letting folks know if we're doing 25, it's usually a group. It might be the school renting for their gym class, not renting, coming in and booking the space, or the VON, or some of those groups that are doing it as a group who are already working together anyway. The dressing rooms, the dressing rooms on the arena, we are looking to open. We haven't done it yet because we've been a little bit cautious. We're ready to flip that switch. We're ready to do that. We have approval from the health department. They have helped us work through many of the challenges. And it was the reason to do this is to alleviate some of the traffic flow issues that we were having, we're kind of finding other ways to do that. So we're trying to be creative and work with our user groups to be able to do that without opening the dressing rooms yet. We might still get there. And in order to do that, we would have 3 dressing rooms that were available. And then the other 3 would be for the other group, and we would just keep switching them and cleaning them. It does put a little bit more of an impact on our customer service team and our facilities. So we're going to kind of try to wait to see if we have a point where we have more pressure points to do that with boots and coats and cold outside. And so we're going to see if we can not do that right away. We're not allowing showers when we do open the dressing room. So there are a lot of rules about doing this, and we want to make sure that our customers are clear on what we're doing. We are opening the downtown bath washrooms at the Club 55 on Sundays. So we will be 7 days a week at that site. That is going to help many people in our community, our visitors and our local residents who are visiting and shopping downtown. And I think that's it. I tried to make it shorter this time. If anybody has any questions for me, I'd be happy to answer them. We're working through COVID.
Questions, Deputy Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Simone. Not a question, just a comment. I am so thankful that the walking track is open, because I can't count the number of people that asked me about that, and there was a lot of interest in that being open, and they were absolutely thrilled and delighted when it finally did. So thank you for all of the work in that.
Thank you.
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to Simone. So Simone, if someone does register or book time on the walking track, are they limited to like an hour, 45 minutes or that kind of thing?
Through you, Mayor Terziano, yes. They're limited to 45 minutes. And they can book multiple times. They can book back to back, but what we're trying to do is track how many people and let them know. So the clock runs and we're able to help people adjust on the time. Our customer service team might remind folks that, we have another group coming in. So we're trying to be really diligent, on the time frame that they are allowed in there. And that if we need to block it out for a little bit of a longer, like the VON came in yesterday, so we gave them a little bit longer, knowing that they would have a few more traffic issues. So we're trying to accommodate that with visitors.
And Simone, what are the hours, and is it 7 days a week?
Currently it is, oh, you're testing me, 6 days a week. I'm not sure if we're 7, I have to double check that. And I can't give you the hours off the top of my head. They change with each day. So we're trying to give an assortment of hours and also work through, on each day, there's a set schedule for Mondays, Tuesdays, just because we have other groups coming in and it's all about the traffic flow. So 3:30 on some days, we have the, for instance, the figure skaters coming in. They come in typically earlier than our hockey groups. So we have to kind of shuffle our time accordingly. So it's all about traffic flow and leveraging the time that we have people in the building, our renters, and our truck users. Okay.
Thanks, Simone. Okay,
Thank
Development Services. Andrew, thanks for hanging around. Are you still here? Traffic calming.
I am, thank you, Your Worship. This report is for information only. It is a follow-up report that I did earlier on the automated ticketing system. This is a traffic calming system. This is the unit, the unit highlighted is the one used by the District of Muskoka, and they have 20 plus units all spread out throughout the district. The report outlines a cost range for different units. Those different units are attached. There were also the same units that Kevin Bocock reported on last month, I believe, at council. And I'm here to answer any questions.
Questions from council? Is there any desire from council to proceed with any of these traffic calming ideas? Councillor Weeb.
Thank you, Worship. I am still in favor of the discussion we had last time about some of the more discrete units that just collect data. I think it would be very valuable. I still think that, and so I'd be prepared to move forward with at least one of them.